Hey, yo, 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 what up, Topher? Alright, so we get 2 times weapon XP. And we're getting... Oh, this is good. So smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, weaving, stone cutting. Alright, so we can hopefully 2 times weapon XP, or trade skill XP, we can get our... So maybe we... I think instead of doing our daily crafts, we just focus on getting these things to freaking 250. And just get this shit out the way. Tired as hell. Bro, I slept all day. I don't feel well. A little sick. Holy shit. All I gotta say. The other day for work, I was, because I worked this weekend, right? So Friday I felt fine, into Saturday, whatever. And then I took a little bit of a nap because I didn't sleep well, right? So I slept on the floor in my office, on a little cushy pad or whatever. I was like, all right, sweet. So I did that. And then Saturday morning when I, got off of work, I was like, I don't feel that great, My throat just felt a little, like, scratchy. And then, went to sleep like I normally do. Woke up, still didn't feel very well. So, I went to bed and I didn't sleep very well again. Got up at like 1 in the afternoon. So, we went to lunch, came back, did my work thing, and took a nap for work again because I was just not feeling well. Woke up, still didn't feel very good after I got off of work. And then, went to work on Sunday night into Monday. And, I napped again, trying to just get some more sleep. Felt the same on Monday morning when I got off of work. Wasn't feeling great. I just felt run down and just out of energy. So, we went and ran a few errands. We went to breakfast. I came home. I think I fell asleep at like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I just got up. So, like I said, I don't feel very good. Put it that way. What up, Dig? What up, mate? Like I said, we're not going to focus on doing our daily crafts today. Today is going to be woodworking. We are just going to bust out a hella shit ton of woodworking. Because we need to do what's it called? I can't even think right now. We need to do a bunch of wood chopping and we need chest runs because we're gonna run out of sandpaper. So, we could do these. These are good XP. But these are our daily crafts. We only get so many of those crafts. Well, let's go dump some stuff off. We need to go do a chest run first, just to get us started off. There we go. Good enough. Alright, so we're gonna go do our chest run real quick, and then we'll jump into chopping wood until our hearts explode. Yeah, this is stupid that this doesn't. Yeah, Tober, it was roughly 12 hours. I mean, I kept waking up because like the dog would like growl at me, the cat would be meowing, things like that. I had to keep getting up to pee and stuff, but overall, yeah, I got like 12 hours of fucking sleep. It was great. Absolutely great. But I'm still fucking tired. I still don't feel very well. What up, Jukas? No, I haven't seen Gideon. It's funny that I open it and I do some stuff. I let it run for a few days. It crashes and I forget to open it back up. But I'm glad you're doing good, mate. Yeah, like I said, I'm not bad. I just don't feel very well. Like I said, my nose is stuffy / runny simultaneously. It's really irritating. My throat's a little scratchy, and I just feel like I don't have a lot of energy. So I would expect in the next day or two, if it doesn't start getting better, I'm probably gonna feel like absolute death. Because the last 2 days, it's progressively gotten a little bit worse, but not like bad. I went from like just being like a little tired to a lot of tired. And then my nose has gradually gotten more and more stuffy / runny. And my throat's gotten more and more scratchy, mainly because my nose is probably draining into my throat, causing my throat to be scratchy. So it's slowly but surely getting a little worse. 4 days, almost. 196 crops, insane. World 6 Windwalker, insane. Yep. Congrats, man. That's huge. I'm currently doing something fucking stupid, and I'm green stacking an item I just shouldn't green stack, but I don't care. I just said fuck it at this point. It's an item I can only green stack if I'm actively killing things for a quest. Oh my god. It's stuck on a baby Groot. Oh man. You know the World 3 quest where you had to for the tree with the penguins? The first one was like, hey, we need you to get a 20 print sample size of pens. And the next one is you had to get 4 signed signatures from the penguins, and you can only do that actively. I decided to say fuck it, and I started green stacking them. I'm up to 5,000, and it took me 24 hours. So you can just imagine how many days that's going to take. Alright, let us put on this. So if I'm getting roughly 5k a day, it's gonna take quite a while. Yeah, 200. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dick. So I would say I wouldn't be opposed to putting this one off for a little while if I could confirm that I could green stack it on a different character. Because right now I'm doing it on a DB. And not that the DB is a bad character to do it on. But I'd rather do it on somebody that because I'm pretty sure an elemental sorceress might be better to do it on. Purely because I could spawn the characters at or the mobs at the portal. And I feel like they would have the chance to drop the quest item as well from the portal kills, but I'm not 100%. Or is the DB just better because I don't think you get the quest item from the gravestone drops. I don't know who would be the best character. And that shot just went through this guy. That shot went through this guy. Yeah, I didn't even get to read your message. I saw the word cunts and I was like, cunts is not a bad word. No, I mean, depending on the context, obviously. And like I said, if I can do it on another character, I don't mind grinding it on this guy for a few days and then, you know, switching to another guy when I get to the, you know, do the quest on another guy and then doing it. Because I kind of fucked up. Remember I was telling you I was trying to wait to do the World 3 quest because it required me to do a reprint, which would fuck my print total prints up for a while because I wouldn't have the print multiplier anymore. Well, I did my V-Man speedrun. Yo, what up, y'all? And I wasn't thinking, and I just instinctively did my V-Man prints at the end of my speed run. And I was like, oh fuck, I might as well do the World 3 print while I'm at it. Yeah, I'm at like 186 right now. It's not that I need it. Also, for some apparent reason, I don't know if anybody else can see this or has noticed, but the graphics in this cave are jacked the hell up. Like, this flooring and these walls look really, really weird. And the mob texture looks completely off. Okay. It's like the third time I've shot through one of these guys. So these red guys, okay, don't pick that up. These red guys, they're usually red, but if you look at them, they look like a whitish orange. Like, is it just me or is these colors just off today? Oh. Ouch. That's funny, Jukas. That's a pretty funny sentence, actually. I just read it. Dead game, brother. Obviously, it's a dead game, but I mean, does it matter? So, yeah, I'm gonna put this in perspective for you to understand, like, why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? Do you stop playing something or doing something because nobody else does it? Do you stop doing something that's fun just because no one else is doing it? Do you stop playing something or doing something that you enjoy doing or that brings you enjoyment just because it has an end date? Exactly. If it's not fun, it's not fun. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is if they announce, if someone just comes out one day, let's say you played Magic the Gathering, right, card game, and they announce one day, hey, you got, we're no longer going to be hosting tournaments, we're no longer going to be putting out any more cards, we're no longer going to be doing this, we're no longer going to be doing that, and anything you own going forward is going to be deleted, right? We're talking specifically online version, right? Because obviously you can't get rid of the hard copy cards, right? Obviously this is apples and oranges, but I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, right? Let's say Magic the Gathering, it was strictly online cards, and they were going to delete all your cards that you had, and you're no longer going to be able to play it going forward in a year. But you still enjoyed playing the card game. You still enjoyed battling other people and building decks and, you know, tinkering with things. Would you stop playing just because they told you that they were no longer, like, it was going away in a year? Or would you just play it until you weren't, you know, weren't having fun anymore? Like, that's basically where I'm at right now. Like, people come in every single day and say, you know this game's dead, right? Why don't you go play a real game? Why don't you go play a game that actually has players? Why don't you go play something that's actually fun? And, like, at the end of the day, I'm having fun. Right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you were being a dick. I'm not saying anything wrong with your message when you came in. Right? Because what if I was playing this game and I just didn't know? I was oblivious to the fact that the game was shutting down next year. I mean, obviously, food for thought, you know? It's pretty nice, you know? Letting me know is always a good thing. Because maybe I just didn't know. Some people, honestly, probably still don't know. So like I said, I don't have a problem with your message. I'm just giving you the information of, like, why I'm still playing the game. I'm still having enjoyment out of playing this game because at the end of the day, there's no other game that's out right now that is even remotely... Okay, Other than Quinfall, actually, I take that back. This week specifically, Quinfall has caught my attention. But before that, there hasn't been a single game out in the last like couple of years, if not longer, that has caught my interest to the point where I actually want to even try it. Because it's just none of it looks fun. None of it looks enjoyable. Or I've tried it and they weren't enjoy like I didn't enjoy it. I just said, fuck that. This is stupid. I hated it or whatever. This is the only game currently out other than Quinfall that I even remotely have any interest in even playing. So, once again, since I still have interest, since I'm still having fun, since I'm still like having that want or that itch to come and play it, why not play it? If you enjoy doing something, why not do it? That's all I'm getting at, right? And yeah, I've stopped playing this game multiple times as well, y'all. Like when the game first came out, I played it for 3 months, took a break until Brimstone, came back, played for like another 4 months, took a break until Angry Earth, you know, played it for another like 5 months, took a break until this one, and then obviously I'm still playing this one. Like I'm kind of in that same boat, you know. I take a break when it's not fun, but I still have aspirations of things that I've always wanted to complete as an Ironman. So I have no problems with still playing the game because, like I said, I'm still getting enjoyment out of it. Because at the end of the day, like, what else would I be playing? Since nothing else is piquing my interest, since nothing else is like somewhat giving me any kind of enjoyment, there's no reason to play anything else. Jump off bridges with others do. Hey, you know, if that's what you enjoy doing, that's what you enjoy doing. I ain't gonna knock you for it. Also, massive is, I would say, yes, that's true, but massive is a relative term because massive can be a million, massive can be 100, right? Like it just depends on that person's perspective. And I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, you're playing an MMORPG, right? You're expecting there to be a lot of people to interact with, a lot of people to do stuff with. But even in this dead version, so if we're talking, if we're talking in relation to release player peak, no game except for World of Warcraft maintains massive, right? If we look at Final Fantasy 14 when it re-released, right? To comparison to its concurrent average player base that it averages currently now, not an MMO. We compare Guild Wars 2, if we compare Albion, if we compare, well, RuneScape obviously still works too because they've actually hella increased again. But almost every game peaks to like 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 player base at the start of a release, and they average less than 5,000 players going forward. So if we're going off of that, if that is your criteria for what's considered a massive, then there is no massive multiplayer games except for like 2 or 3. What I'm saying is, if we're speaking massive, massive is not a definitive number. It's not a definitive percentage. It is a relative term. Just like some people might consider certain games hard and other people's do not. The definitive word of difficulty saying, oh, this is a hard difficulty is relative once again. Is now LMAO? I like that. That's funny, Kate. That's funny. Oh, is it your ego? Dig? Is it your ego? Or is it your personality? Because you got a massive personality. Like I said, I don't have it. I'm not saying you're wrong that this game is lacking player base, but I'm just saying like using the term like massive, it's lacking the massive portion of the MMO. I would agree in this context, because there isn't a lot of players for the size of the game. Like for the amount of player base you need to do the content in this game regularly, it is lacking the M from massive. I was just trying to put it in like in perspective that using the word massive is probably not the best terminology, but I would agree in this context, because I can look at you. We can look at a lot of other games that are considered MMOs, right? That don't have big player bases but still work fine, right? There's still plenty of player base that still do the content in the game with the lacking player base, right? There's a lot of games out there that still do. So that's what I was saying. Like, you can't just say, oh, because you had 200,000 players at launch and now you average, 500 players, you're no longer massive. I would say it'd be more adept to say if the average player base that is playing the game at any given time can't maintain the amount, like the content that is being done within the game. Like, for example, OPRs in this game currently are really hard to get into. Wars pretty hard to get into, right? The content in the game is hard to find players to do. That's where in my opinion, you lose the massive part. There's not enough player base to actually do the content. Like, if I was to go and look at party dungeons and see if there's anybody queuing up for dungeons, there's probably very few, if any, that are looking for dungeons. And that's where I would say the massive it gets lost for this game. But in other games, aka Guild Wars and actually I don't know about Guild Wars because I haven't played Guild Wars in like 2-3 years. But I haven't even played Final Fantasy 14, but I'm just saying, like, when you see Final Fantasy 14, you see there's plenty of people running dungeons. You see there's plenty of people doing PvP and in these games. There's plenty of people grouping up to do world boss events and things like that. So I feel like, yes, they only have like a fraction of what they used to have when it comes to the player base from launch to what they have now. Because I think Guild Wars 2 is like idling around 5K. Same thing with Final Fantasy 14 and stuff like that. Like, they don't average a high player base, but in comparison to what they used to have, right? But they can do all the content in the game and not really run into a problem. Wait, really, Key? That's actually hilarious. How did you find my stream searching for that? And yeah, that's the thing, Key, is like, it depends on what you're looking for out of a game, on which game works for you, and which game doesn't work for you, right? Because this game, like I said, it's a good game, but it's also a very bad game, right? Let's say before they decided to shut it down, right? It's a good game, but it's also terrible. And the reason I say that isn't because it's actually a really bad game. It's purely because the things that it has to offer, in my opinion, are very niche, right? Like, the things that you do on a daily basis in this game are kind of niche in comparison to what you would do in other games, right? Your daily sorry, hold on a second. Like, the things that you look forward to in your in-game, like, I want to say rotation for some reason, but your in-game loop in this game is a lot different than most games. Your in-game loop for this game is, once you've got to max level, you maybe do some professions or whatever, do some daily crafts with your professions or whatever, but it's mostly about just PvPing, going into OPRs, doing 3v3s, doing capture the flag, which is a new thing, doing wars, things like that. Like, there's no real other in-game loops to really do. Is like, you log on to do a war and then you log off. It's kind of like doing your weekly raids in most other games. So if you're not a big PvP fan and you're not a big group-oriented PvP fan, then the game doesn't really have an in-game loop for you. But if we're looking at other games like Final Fantasy 14, they have professions which are pretty dope. They have a lot of like exploration and things like that, which obviously that's not an in-game loop in my opinion, but it does give you something to do if you haven't done it yet. But they have like, they're constantly coming out with like new dungeons, new raids. They have huge amounts of different difficulties for each one of them. There's also PvP and things to do in that sense. So I feel like since they regularly come out with dungeons and raids that are actually of some sort of significance and difficulty, they have more in-game loops than other games, because you know you can go into these very hard difficulties and either carry people, you can sell carries, you can learn them yourselves, you can try to progress to the highest difficulties of each raid, things like that. But once again, once you've obtained all the hardest difficulties and you know what you're doing, that in-game loop goes away and you're left with just PvP and professions once again. But the PvP in a game like that isn't as robust as a game like this, so you start losing player bases once again. Yo, Key, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But like games like BDO, right? BDO, for example, in my opinion, they don't have the trinity of triple roles, right? Multi roles to fill in for actual raid groups and dungeons and stuff like that. But what they do offer is a very robust in-game kind of group-oriented PvP. So once again, if you're into PvP, they have some pretty insane PvP for that game. I don't think any other game's PvP kind of compares to the robust PvP that BDO has, but it is a meta slave type of game. As they buff and nerf characters, the metas regularly change to what characters are the strongest and what everybody runs, especially when it comes to group content. But you have guild versus guild taking over territory from each other. You got running caravans. You got like actual team-oriented PvP where you go into like these arenas. You have open world stuff to take advantage of. Like there's a whole slew of like PvP to do in the game. And then you got world bosses you could participate in. You got this open world PvP. You got obviously like life skilling and professions to do. But the problem with that game is the amount of grind in that game is so astronomical, it turns most people off to the game, which is the problem that they have. And then, you know, like World of Warcraft, I feel like it has probably one of the simplest and probably most inclusive in-game loops, which is why they hold the top spot still. Right? Same thing with RuneScape. RuneScape has a very good in-game loop, which is why they're relatively in the top as well, and they can maintain a very healthy player base. And like that's kind of what I'm getting at, is the reason most of these games fail, the reason most of these games don't hold top spots or are very high concurrent average players, is because their in-game loops are kind of lacking. If you can't make a game that has a very enjoyable in-game loop for people to log in every day, have fun, and participate in and not get bored of, you've already lost the game. One thing led to another, then one, and somehow ended up on Twitch. That's kind of weird, Key. Okay. So my question, Key, what exactly are you like looking for a game? Because I'm gonna be real with you. There's not very many action type MMOs. Obviously there's this one that's shutting down. There's BDO, but it doesn't have the Trinity action of like traditional tanks, traditional healers. Now there are characters that can heal in that game. There are characters that are tankier than other characters, and so on and so forth. But when we're talking like a character that's actually in a tank role versus a character that's actually in a healing role and stuff like that, they don't really have that. But it's actually wild. The combat is 1,000 times better than this. The but there's no real PvE. It's almost all PvP. So that's the problem with BDO. Like let me rephrase that. 95% of BDO that is PvE is done solo. Okay, so that's the problem with BDO, other than its grind, right? But almost all, I would say 90% of the PvP in the game is group oriented, which is one of the nice things. Now, if you're a PvP player, that works. If you're not, then it sucks. But the new game that came out that I definitely I'm honestly I'm about to pull the trigger and just buy it and play it. The Quinfall looks absolutely insane. The only problem I have with it right now is the combat is lacking in certain terms, which almost all games have this problem, is when you have an open world PvP, which you don't have to play the open world PvP, you can play in the PvE servers and avoid it. But if you have PvP in your game, trying to balance range versus melee is really difficult. And that's currently where they're having a problem, is melee players find it almost impossible to PvP because you supposedly using a lot of your abilities and how it's an action style combat, you can't hit moving targets. You can't hit people that are running because your abilities have an animation and it prevents you from hitting targets that are running. Versus if you're playing like a ranged bow or crossbow or something, you can consistently kite and pelt people and use your abilities while running and stuff. So range has an extreme advantage right now, and that's kind of like a downside. But the game looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm about to buy it. They have tanks, they have healers, they have DPS, they have the same style of class system where your class system is tied to your weapons, just like New World, and you can just hot swap between builds, right, when you're out in the world, as long as you have the gear on you and stuff. Just like here, you level them up separately, just like you would. I would say the leveling of your professions is more akin to Throne and Liberty, because you have to farm up what's called books, and you use those books on your weapon to level up the skills of that weapon. So leveling up isn't too terrible. It just requires you to grind. And then, like I said, you can swap between different weapons and different builds and stuff. And if you wanna, okay, I'm gonna shut up because you guys are in an ad. Oops, I shot the guy I didn't want to shoot yet. Get stuck on the stairs. Totally thought I hit that potion when I rolled the first time, but I guess not. But yeah, Dig, I agree. With what you were saying, like overall, like, I feel like a lot of games have started catering more towards less group oriented, like maybe shooting for more duo or trio based or solo based content. So, and I think the reason for that isn't a bad reason, but it does kind of hinder a lot of the experiences of the games, because like back in the day, it was like, all right, we got to get a bunch of people together to do this content. It was difficult, it was hard, you know, player management and recruitment and just like finding like a good synergy of X amount of people to actually do content could be difficult, could be hard. And it added a extra layer of difficulty to the game. But nowadays it's just like, all right, I make a build that can do this by itself and I never have to talk to anybody again. But at the same time, like, it opens up the door for people that either have like social anxiety or, you know, like a slew of other issues that they could have of reasons why they can't group or whatever. And it prevents people from being locked out of content, aka games like Lost Ark, right? That people are locked out of content in Lost Ark just because they're behind in gear score, but they can't gain gear score because the community won't let them play the content until they have the gear score. So they require them to like pay them to like carry them through. It's just like, it's a really stupid community issue, right?
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, mate, thanks for
You
hydrating.
look thirsty as fuck right now.
So I definitely agree that games catering towards the solo aspect kind of sucks, but there is precedent for it. It's kind of needed, but not needed at the same time. I think it's a really good thing to add, but I also think that it needs to be done in some moderation. All right, so we did our test run, then we'll come over here and we'll do our wood chopping, get that started. But yeah, Keen, so the problem is like if we actually look at a list of MMOs right now that have traditional roles, and not, when I say traditional, I don't mean the warrior is the tank, the paladin is the healer, you know, the mage is the DPS. I'm not saying that kind of traditional. I'm just saying that have set roles, as in you need to have a tank to tank mobs, you need to have a healer to heal people, and you need to have DPS to do damage. That kind of like traditional roles, right? Because archetypes are, in my opinion, better than set roles, because archetypes still hold the trinity of roles, which is required, but it also adds an extra oomph of customizations and kind of extra utility and min-maxing and things like that when it comes to putting builds and sets and whatnot together for metas and, you know, min-maxing and stuff like that. But if we like look at that in general, right, it is very lacking when it comes to what games still have player base, because most games don't make it very far. They launch, people play for a little while, they realize, hey, there's not a lot of content in this game, it's missing quality of life, it needs to be polished, something. They run into those situations and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to play this game for that reason. And the things that people are forgetting is that when a game first comes out, it's not going to have a lot of content. So people are like looking at this, they're like looking at it and they're like, oh, well, this game doesn't have as much content as Final Fantasy 14. Why would I play it? Well, Final Fantasy 14's been out for like 15 years. This game doesn't have as much content as WoW or as RuneScape or as Guild Wars 2. And it's like, you guys are comparing a brand new game to something that has been out for 10, 15, 20 years, and you're expecting it to have the same amount of content. That is dumb, right? So that is one of the problems with these new games that they run into, is they don't have a lot of content because it's impossible to have a lot of content at release in comparison to 15, 20-year-old games. And the player base completely falls off because people get bored because like there's nothing to do. So I would say looking at player base isn't probably the best thing to do. It can give you some an idea on if the game is good or bad, but it won't give you the exact nitty gritty if you'll like it or not, purely because we don't know, you know, you won't really know based off of the amount of players that are playing the game. But anyway, what I was saying is, like, if you want a game that has action RPG or like action combat, you've already alienated 90% of the games, because most games are tab target because it's just easier. It's more casual in my opinion. And the ones that do have action RPG combat styles typically are more, I would say, like Korean based games. And then they typically alienate a lot of the population because they want there to be grinds. I will say that the one game that popped up recently, the one that just released into 1.0, Quinfall, looks insane with the added caveat it still needs polishment, it still needs stuff added to it, still needs refinement and quality of life, which is what every new game falls into the category of. But it looks absolutely insane. And for the fact that it's only $10 with no membership requirements, it's kind of like a really good thing. Like I said, I'm probably going to buy it to play it. It just looks like it has everything you wanted to offer, just lacking some stuff. But I can't think of very many action RPGs that are out there. Like, I think you have Albion, but it's top down, if that drives you insane. I don't know, I think they have tanks and stuff. But they, they have open world PvP in certain areas. They have a lot of professions and crafting, which is really cool. You have obviously BDO, which, like I said, isn't really group oriented. But if you're looking for something group oriented where you can like log in, join with your friends, and just grind and do content together and stuff, there's not a whole lot of them unless you want to go tab target. And even with that, like, it just really depends on what you're looking for content wise and how many people you have. And the thing is, like, I don't think people go into a game preferring solo, but they go into a game wanting to try it solo for the added level of difficulty, right? I think that's where a lot of, like, the soloers came into play, is they think it's too easy to go into a dungeon with a 5-man party and just crush through it. They'd rather try and do it solo and add that extra level of difficulty. Exactly, too, Dig. Yeah, when you go with the action RPG style, you get more PvP oriented stuff. Because tab target PvP is kind of just meh. It can be done very well, but it's typically done very meh. Because it doesn't take nearly as much skill, typically. Yeah, as I was saying, with Albion, I wasn't sure if there was actually like tank roles. Like if you go into an area, do you need someone to be tanky to be able to fight a certain area? Like I wasn't sure if that was a thing. Because I know like a lot of that game revolves around like open world PvP and guild battles and stuff like that, from my understanding. Yeah, I think that's what was really cool about Lotro. Dig, I just read your Lotro message. Is they don't have the traditional 3 styles. They have a 4th style, which is insane. So it's not healer, it's support. Between buffs and buffs and debuffs and stuff like that that they can apply is wild. And that's what I was saying. I feel like in PvE aspects, like it might have some level of tank requirements, right? I'm not sure about the game because I personally haven't really played it. Were there beggars? I couldn't tell you. I never read chat. Honestly, I truly, I like never read chat. All right, let us open up our chopping box. Where are my chopping boxes? This is bullshit. Did I only have one? Oh, I might have already opened them. Or did I put them away? I don't think I put them away. Did I put them away? I might have put them away. I don't know. I don't even know where I would have put them. That's the problem. And this is why I don't like the storage system in this game. Because now I have to go through every single storage. I mean, I could type in a search keyword if I knew what the keyword was. But it still wouldn't help all that much. But I still have to go storage. I just wish for every city you unlock and for every storage increasement you get in another city, it all combines into one storage chest. You just open your storage and you see everything. So you don't have to change between different storages to figure out what's in where. There's always been a problem with this game that I just despised. Shouldn't be here, or here, or here. What about here? Nope, I guess I didn't put them in here. Okay, so we don't have much rune wood. But yeah, Key, if is there something specific you're looking for, like game wise? Because we can chat about it. I love chatting about stuff like this. Yeah, the storage in New World has been dog shit. One thing I dislike about Quintfall right now, Dig, at a glance, is they have the BDO inventory system. So you have bag slots and weight slots. I dislike that they have both. But I 100% Dig think the game is 100% free to play viable. Because the premium currency can be earned in game. Obviously, it requires a lot of effort and a lot of work to acquire it in any kind of bulk sum. But knowing that you can acquire it in game, which is doing in game stuff, means that you don't have to swipe your credit card to get bag inventory slots or to get weight increasement slots or, you know, to get whatever. And what pissed me off, and I'd even be willing to read some of the reviews on stream with you guys and like tell you my thoughts on it, but these people putting up these negative reviews are fucking ignorant as shit. They're just silver spoon having bitch ass gamers complaining about things that are just fucking stupid. Like, it takes too long to level up your professions. Dog shit game. What? Do you want a game that doesn't take you any time to level up and everybody has that max level? Like, I feel like I would rather have a game that takes you a hot minute to level up your professions, to actually specialize in a profession. There's not that many people that have done it, so you can actually make some sort of currency off of specializing in something versus, hey, I spent 10 minutes, it's max level, I can now do everything in the game. Oh, along with every other player in the game. So what is, like, where does the profits or the investment come into where it's worth actually doing the profession? If 100,000 other players can do it because it took them 5 minutes to level it up, like, where's the reason for it? So when I read a review that someone says, oh, it's impossible to level up your professions without putting a lot of effort into it, I just want to punch you in the mouth. It's like, what do you want to play? Pac-Man? Go play Pac-Man. Go play Tetris. Go play fucking Solitaire or Minesweeper, bitch. You don't want to play an MMO that requires you to put in any kind of effort? Well, go play another game. Leave our game. Leave a bad review and go play another game. Go play World of Warcraft. Like, holy fuck. People be dumb, dude. And there was this one guy's review that just fucking made me laugh. He was comparing the game to BDO, but then complained about everything that was equivalent to BDO. And I'm like, okay, so I'm gathering that either the person has a problem with BDO and he hates BDO, or he likes BDO, but he hates this game even though it's exactly like BDO. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, really? I wouldn't doubt it. I heard something along the lines when it released that there was already like mods and stuff available for it, and people were already putting together servers and stuff. But that sounds dope. Dude, I kind of want to play Hightail, but I don't know. I'm kind of on the, I think I'm going to wait to play it, if I'm going to play it at all. Well, what he's saying, Jukas, is not that there's multiplayer servers up, but there's a modded server that's very similar to like Minecraft, which is like a completely overhauled modded server for Minecraft that adds in dungeons, raids, bosses, gear, equipment, skills, abilities, and stuff like that. Now, Hytale already had a lot of that built into the game, so there was a lot less work that needed to be added. But they completely customize a server to have a specific standard map with certain cities and certain zones and certain areas for specific content. Yeah, if you haven't played Minecraft, Jukas, let me show you really quick. Let me show you real quick. So this is the Minecraft map for the Minecraft server, right? So this is the starting city. I think it's right here. Oh no, sorry, it's right here. This is the starting city. So you do the tutorial, you end up right here. And as you come out of the town, there's like a bunch of caves and stuff that you can do dungeons in. There's a bunch of quests to follow, and you come this way, and you're doing a bunch of quests. You're doing a bunch of stuff. Like there's a level 5 zone over here, level 10, level 5, a level 5 zone here, and then you work your way over to like the other cities. Like there's a city here, a city here, city over here, and then you got all this stuff, and then there's like the open ocean with more cities on it. Like I'm currently over here on this city. But then you got more cities over here that are like level 40s and 50s, and then you got a level 105 city over here. But you got a bunch of different towns, a bunch of different cities, tons of different like farmable areas for different loots and gear and equipment. All these little like cave systems and shit tons of questing systems, done like different types of builds and abilities and talent trees and classes and stuff. It's huge. Yep, gathering, crafting, professions, everything. They have a trading market where you can sell and buy things from players and stuff. It's got everything. It's somewhat similar to Hypixel, but Hypixel I think is done in a kind of like a microscopic version of Minecraft, because they instanced everything and made everything like kind of small maps where are layered instances with different people, so there's not a ton of people running around like hogging resources from each other in the small zones. Oh, did you play it? Hell yeah. So I was just saying, like, I think they did the, like, from what Dig is saying, they basically recreated something very similar to that inside of Hytale. And like I said, Hytale already had like somewhat of the combat system already built into it, I think, with the abilities and the weapons and stuff, but they probably took it a step further and then standardized a standard map of like spawn locations, starting zones, you know, towns, stuff like that. Probably added more weapons and abilities and stuff into the game, and a handful of other miscellaneous things. Yeah, I mean, but you also gotta imagine too, Dig, if we look at, say, Minecraft, it started off terrible, right? And then as the years have gone on, as the development and the additions and the polishing has come in, it's gotten better and better and better year after year after year. But anyway, Keith, is there anything specific you want to chat about? Like I said, are you like currently looking for a game? Or you're already currently in a game, you just happen to stumble upon us while you were like searching and seeing what was available or whatever while you're on Google. I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to start preaching about fucking Windfall coming out here. Like I haven't played it yet, but I'm about to be an advocate for it because that shit looks fire. Absolute fire. Like, I'm not kidding, Dig. I'm probably gonna buy it before it goes on sale. Yeah, so the problem I have with Dead Mist, I didn't play it. It looks good. It looks fun. It has a lot to offer. It has a good basis. Is since it is new, it's lacking in content, and basically it's a like a 5-hour game of get to what the current max level is, grind out a few pieces of gear, and PvP. Pretty much all the game revolves around right now. So its in-game loop is kind of very one-dimensional right now, kind of very narrow-minded. And if that's what you're looking for, that you know, right up your niche, right up your alley, then that's a perfect game for you. It looks cool, but I think there's other games that have more to offer that are very similar. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it was new, so like I say, I usually take like new games with a grain of salt, right? So when I say lacking content, don't take that as me shitting on a game, right? I'm just giving you the unvarnished, you know, answer. Is you will run to a point where you're not going to have a lot of content after a certain point, right? There's just not thousands of hours of content to a game that's new. It's just never going to happen. So once again, this game is relatively new, so it takes a little bit. It takes some time to put out content. And if they're a good dev team and they're pretty on their point, they will regularly put out new content, month after month, and it'll slowly grow and it'll be great. And I don't go into the nitty gritty of, oh, well, their specific weapon sucks because it's not meta. It doesn't do enough damage. Like, I take that shit with a grain of salt, right? Because weapons get nerfed and buffed all the time. Metas change. Things get added or subtracted month after month. I try to give my unbiased opinion as the game as a whole of what it has to offer, give as much information as I can about a game, and let you make your own decisions. But like I said, Dread Mist looked good. It looked like it played pretty well. Obviously needed some polishing and quality of life, more content to extend the level cap and the gear farm. And a few other miscellaneous things to give it more in-game loop viability, but it's not a bad game. But if you looked at Quinfall, like I said, I keep saying Quinfall, and the only reason why is it's brand new, basically. I mean, it's just 1.0 release, brand new, I should say. It's been out for over a year. But the main reason I'm preaching it is because it looks phenomenal. It needs polishment and refinement. It needs more stuff added to it. But what it does have is more than what Ashes of Creation had, with a little less refinement, but it has way more. And it's $10. Like, I can't stress that enough. I'm a cheapskate. I do not play games that cost me money unless it's cheap. And it has promise to return my cheap value of the game like 1,000 times fold. For example, BDO. I have over 13,000 hours in that game, and I got it for $1, right? If I can't put, so my typical answer is $1 per 1 hour of in-game time. As long as a game maintains that, it's worth its money for the average player. For a cheap, frugal person like me, it's more like 100 hours, $2 I spend. So I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that Quinfall will give me over 100 hours per dollar spent. I guarantee you it will. I will probably put way over 1,000 hours into that game, if not 10,000 hours into that game. I can guarantee you just by looking at it, because I know myself very well, I could easily put 10,000 hours into that game and probably not even bat an eye. And that's why I'm kind of like hyping it right now. But like I said, if you look at it and it doesn't pique your interest, we can pull up a list. We can look at other games. I can give you my food for thought on other games and, you know, try and help you out. Because if you're trying to find a game that you and the wife can both play, we have these conversations all the time. Because finding a game that suits both people's criteria is typically hard. And that's why I try to do my best to give the entire TLDR of a game, of like what it has to offer, what I've experienced, what I've seen, what I've played, what I've heard, what I've seen. So that way you can kind of have a comprehensive idea of going into it, what games are worth even trying. Because it really depends on your wife's preferences. Obviously, I don't know you or your wife, so obviously I won't know what she likes or what, you know, whatnot. How did I end up with... Oh, I opened up one box. Right. So we'll do this. This. We might have to go get some rune wood in a second here. Isn't a big deal. We have so much ironwood and weirdwood still. It's ridiculous. But we're almost there. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll go hit some rune wood really quick. We'll hit this to 250 and we'll switch over to the next thing. I just need to remember where rune wood is, because I know there's some in Elysium Wilds. Never remember exactly where. I kind of have an idea of where some is, but I'd rather not have to run to it. So let us add that. That's on top. That's inside. Not a fan of either of those. Yeah, because that's underneath and it's doable, but there's that padding mammoth that I don't want to deal with. We could do that. No, never mind. No, we can't. Oh, we can do that. That's easy. Okay, that's easy. Okay. Boom. Found spot. I don't need a lot. I just need some. So. But yeah, Key, that's kind of like what we like to do here. We like to chat about different games. We like to chat about... Oh, what up, Mr. Cold? I didn't even see your message. Sorry. Are the OPRs still happening? They do on and off. Sometimes you'll see in chat where people are like, hey, we need 5 people for OPR. We need like 2 people for OPR, whatever it is. Like, people are always posting for it on and off regularly. Other times no one posts for it and it's happening because there's enough people queuing for it. Other times no one's posting for it because no one's queuing for it. So it typically happens pretty regularly. Maybe not as much as what most people would want. But so it's actually behind me. Over here somewhere. I haven't done these runewood trees before, so gotta find them really quick. But yeah, it still happens. I just don't know how often it happens. Like I said, I don't typically do it myself. Alright, this is gonna be interesting, trying to kill this guy with a weapon that I hate. I do like no fucking damage, bro. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay, I'm getting mad. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. I don't have my bow on, and I'm full con build. And I got stuck. And I'm using an axe that I fucking despise. So we'll just kill him with fire. It happened to be that I pulled the fucking board at the same time. Anyway, but yeah, so the OPRs definitely still do happen, just so you have an answer. Alright, alright, the runewood is the... Someone did come by and grab the big runewood recently, so we won't get as much as we wanted to. Kinda sucks. We're gonna be kinda gimped. But I don't need a lot. So it's not that big of a deal. 20 to 250. You head to bed? Alright, sounds good, Topher. I appreciate you, man. Get a good night's sleep. Hopefully tomorrow you feel better. Also, I'm gonna I haven't been doing it for a while, and you know I haven't, but I'm gonna try to start doing our community nights again. And I think I'm gonna do it a little differently. Instead of putting up a list for you guys to vote for, I think I'm gonna leave it open, like an open phrase where you guys can type what game you guys want me to play. So it allows for a little bit more versatility. But obviously, with the caveat that if I don't have the game, I'm not playing it. So I have to actually own the game, unless you guys are willing to buy it for me. Like if you want me to play it and I don't own it, then you have to buy it for me. Kind of thing. I think that's what I'm going to do going forward. That way you guys have more options, and it's not limited to like whatever list I put down. Yeah, I didn't sleep well for the last couple nights either, Topher. That's what I said. Like today was great because I got 12 hours. But yeah, like I said, get some sleep, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. See you, see you. Bye, bye, bye. This is where I need my bow. This is where I need my bow. But I went 500 con, which is really dumb. I can't do any damage. I didn't think I was going to be out here combating, or I would have put some dex in. I would have won at least 170 dex. That's good. Let's get another tree. 5 trill G much kills. Hell yeah. How's the money looking now? Hell yeah, 5 trill. Alright, decent rune wood. Yeah, see you, Topher. Yeah, I got oh yeah, mate. Remember you said you got like almost 100 portals, or like 80 something portals you said you got on your V-Man the other night? That's crazy. I only got to 75. But I probably could have got more because I kind of cucked myself. I didn't open up some of the easier portals. AKA, I didn't kill anybody like anybody in World 2 to open up the portal for the boss. I just did the boss. So I missed a portal there. I missed a portal in World 3. I missed a portal in World 4. I missed the portal in World 5. Right? So I missed a handful of portals that I could have easily done. Welcome back, Dig. So I missed a couple portals in those for sure. And I didn't open up some of the side portals that I could have easily have done as well. But I ended up with 75, and I was shooting for 75 because of the what is that? The Equinox needed the 75. I'm pretty sure it was 75. So yeah, I wanted to try to finish New World first, Dig. Because I know once I start Quinfall, New World's gonna basically get uninstalled from my computer. I'm not coming back to it. Because I can promise you, Quinfall will consume me for thousands of hours. Even if I hate it. Because I will sit there and I will grind professions. And I won't touch the game other than professions for thousands of hours easily. I will play on a PvE server and I just won't touch anything else. So if I don't finish New World, I never will. Which obviously gives me the ability to... Oh, we can get our daily craft in too. Okay, let's do that. I do need a little bit more of this. Nah, fuck it, we won't worry about it. Alright, so we got a 250. Alright. One is done. Okay, let's go put away everything we got. But I will say with the added caveat, Dig, that we might do it sooner. Purely because it's piquing my interest that hard. Like, I might not be able to wait. Kind of thing. That's kind of like where I'm at with it right now. It's like I might not be able to wait long enough to do it. Like, shit looks wild. Like, Dig, did you actually watch all the videos on the Steam page? I didn't watch all of them the first time. And when I was talking to somebody about it at work, I ended up on this video because it was just idling in the background. Bro, I was sold when I got to this video. So, you can get big ass ships like you do in BDO, right? But you can craft all of your crafting stations on it. You can decorate it. You can build cannons that people can operate to shoot monsters outside the boat and like the naval battle other boats and stuff. Yeah, the ship is like a house. You can add a ton of storage systems, like storage boxes like Minecraft has. You can do your crafting while you're on the boat, right? You can sail around and have your party. Like this guy's in the crow's nest. You got people down here operating like the different things. You got other ships that you can come out here with. And then there's mining, and there's like sea creatures. Like look, they're chasing down a whale or something right here. Right? And then there's like discoverable loot out in the ocean. That's what I'm saying. So you got open world exploration loot that you can acquire and pick up. You got naval battles where you can combat other people. Like I said, you build your own cannons and stuff like that to defend your boat. I don't know how you get back on the boat, but look, this sea turtle, you can get on his back and you can loot the ore and the materials off of his back. So it's like rare ores that probably are only obtainable via this way. I mean, it doesn't mean it's only obtainable this way, but maybe this is like one of the ways you can obtain specific loot. And then now they're killing a whale. So they're using the cannons to kill the whale. Just like you do in BDO, you like kill whales and like other sea creatures. So you can like, you know, loot their loot and like make more foods and stuff. This kind of sold me pretty heavily. And like that's a lot, like a loot box. They have krakens, like open world sea monster bosses that actually do like mechanics and stuff to a point. Yeah, once I saw these, I was like, whoa, wait, what? That's insane, right? See how it does like these like things, so you have to like sail out of them so you don't get hit. Like that's crazy, right? This one didn't catch my interest as much. It goes over the altars, the clan altars and stuff. But basically the bottom line is you can defend it with, you can build your own build, but you can also defend it with turrets and towers and like kind of like Rust. But like you could build farm pens and put animals in it so you can do husbandry and stuff. You can give them like awnings and stuff. Which I thought was really cool. You can also plant down plants and stuff to do other types of farming. You can do your house itself. You can put all down your craftables inside your houses. But this is where I was like, wait, what? So you make a platform and you can put like a fire turret, like a flame breathing fire turret that shoots in a direction. Right? And then they got other ones. They got cannons. They got crossbolts. Like they have all sorts of things, and you can actually manually access this and point it and shoot it as you want as well. Or like if you want people to have them, right? I don't know what this part is where it has the, oh, you can make a gate, I guess. So it's an accessible gate to come in and out of your base. And like this is more or less in a PvP side of zones. So if you want to set up your place in a PvP area, this is the kind of stuff you would end up having to do. But this is like what it boils down to is when someone decides to come and raid you, you can use the cannon to shoot people to do damage, right? And then they have the automatic ones that shoot people automatically for you, and the flamethrowers and stuff like that that they combat for you when people are trying to raid your base while you're also combating. You obviously have to fill them with like ammo and stuff. This is wild. I wouldn't be part of this because this is PvP and I don't really like PvP, and I wouldn't make my base in a place where I would be able to be raided. But this adds another level of stuff. Now my problem is I don't understand the benefits for being in PvP areas and playing on PvP. I don't understand that personally. And this is just a quick overview of like cosmetics and stuff, right? So they have fireworks that you can do. They have like different types of mounts. You can have elephants and horses and stuff like that. Obviously there's cosmetics for all of it, but that's like all they really have to offer for that. But yeah, it's wild. I don't know how many professions. Like you said, there's 14. I wouldn't doubt that. I haven't messed with it myself, but yeah, as I said, I don't know the reason like why you would choose to go into a PvP area other than just PvPing people, right? I don't know if you get higher yield of resources. I don't know if you get just more EXP rates or you have increased luck for rarer materials. I don't know the extent or the reason behind why you would even want to do it. All right, so for this, guys, we are going to heavily finish up all of our refining agents this week, since we have double XP. So we're gonna we already finished woodworking. We already had smelting done. We're gonna now work on leatherworking, and then after that we will do weaving, which shouldn't be too hard either. But yeah, Dig, like I saw those few things and I'm like, I am absolutely sold. Because the gripe, everybody, like, I'm not even exaggerating. I'm about to pull it up, and if you look at the consensus of all the negative feedback people have for the game, 99.9% of it is people saying that it takes too long to level up professions and stuff. There is a small portion of people that are complaining that it's quote unquote pay to win, but if you actually look into the stuff that they're saying is pay to win, it's kind of stupid. I somewhat agree, but I heavily disagree with it at the same time. So what people are saying is pay to win is obviously the 3 different monthly buffs you can purchase, which if you look at what those buffs give you is pretty minimal. It's mostly just extra bag space, extra carry weight, extra EXP rates. It's basically all it gives you. So if you have max carry capacity and carry weight already from purchasing those upgradable slots for your character and stuff, then the buff doesn't matter much. And then the EXP rates obviously matter to a point. Once you're max level, who the fuck cares? Right? So it's like, it's more of a like pay to level up faster, get to a higher level faster than other people, which obviously can be combated with just playing more efficiently or for longer, kind of whatever. But the one that I would give some validity to is what's called a Terra item. So this can translate to actual in-game increasement in combat power, but not directly. So it's not like you buy this item and you're already stronger than other people. What it is you saw the upgrade system is similar to BDO, where you have a percentage chance to succeed or fail. If you fail, it destroys the item and you have to start all over. Now, the upgrade rates, unless they've been changed from the last time someone posted it that I saw, is I'm gonna generalize it, but it's like 1 in 175 million chance. So you succeed every 1 in 175 million times. So the odds of you getting a maxed out item are pretty fucking like smidgenly small, right? And if you think about that, every time you fail, you have to start back over at scratch. So it's kind of ridiculous to get a high tier weapon or armor or whatever, right? So this Terra item, you can buy X amount of them every week. I don't know what the exact number is, but you can only buy a few of them every week from the shop. And if you were to fail your upgrade, it will consume one of these and your item will not be destroyed on failure. That's all it does. So since you can only buy X amount of them every single week, I don't see it as being a pay to win. I just think it's something that a gambler, aka an enhancer for profit, would want to invest their money into to make more in-game currency better. I don't have a problem with this personally. Because like I said, it doesn't translate to direct power. Because just because you buy this item doesn't mean you get power. It just means the item that you have doesn't get destroyed and you can only attempt it so many times a week doing that. So I don't think it's pay to win. I think it's kind of nice. And other people were arguing that the horse training tokens are pay to win, which I also highly disagree. Because I think by default, training a horse or like breeding horses takes about 12 hours. And then the token speeds it up to a certain degree. I don't know if it like instantaneously makes them breed or what, but people are saying that that's pay to win. But it's not, because the horse itself doesn't give you more power. It makes you faster if you have a high tier horse, but you can also turn around and sell those horses for in-game currency. And the in-game currency could technically buy you better gear than somebody else that didn't have that currency, but someone had to make that item. So at the same time, it doesn't particularly pay to win. It is on par almost with like gambling for RMTing at a point, because you swipe your credit card to boost the breed to then sell the breed if you actually hit a good one and sell it for good money. Like I said, I can't really call it pay to win personally, but that's what people are trying to argue. But if you look at BDO, it's the exact same thing. They have breeding tokens that allow you to reset the breeds. They give you breeding tokens to let you reset the skills on the horse. The horses take like 8 hours to breed, right? They have the same monthly buffs to a point as this game. So I guess everybody that thinks this is pay to win always also thinks BDO is pay to win, but BDO actually has actual pay to win aspects. Like you buy a skin and the skin does give you like extra jump height or distance or stuff like that. Or you buy a mount skin that gives you more acceleration or brake. At least those have inherent benefits to making your mount faster or stop faster or turn sharper. There's some advantages to having those. There is no advantages to having the cosmetics in this game. There's no advantages for any of this stuff other than leveling faster. Yeah, if the chances are 1 in 175 million for a succession to fully upgrade your weapon, being able to buy 10 of those like non-destroyable upgrades a week, I don't have a problem with that. Now, I will also add with a caveat that you can farm the premium currency in-game yourself as well on top of this. Which adds another level of, okay, I'm okay with this, because if you actually do your professions and you go around from town to town to town and you trade these profession items to the different profession NPCs for tokens every day to gain in-game tokens to convert into premium currency, you can buy those Terra items to attempt your own enhancements for free. So once again, not pay to win, it's pay for convenience. You're paying $5-10 a week so you don't have to grind the game. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you're going to get enough premium currency to buy the maximum amount of Terras every week by just playing the game, unless you play it religiously like a job. But you can still purchase them. You can still buy them and, you know, do it yourself with being free to play. So I don't see there being pay to win. I haven't seen a specific item or anything in the cash shop that screams to me, if you swipe your credit card, you have an advantage over me. Now, I will add, with a caveat to that, is everybody complains that the amount of bag space you start with is so small that it almost requires you to purchase bag space and storage space because there's so many items in the game. And I will agree that even in BDO, that was a problem. But BDO gave you inventory slots from events, or you had daily login rewards that occasionally would give them to you, or you had login loyalty points for logging in every day. You get points. You can use those points to buy some inventory slots. There were some quests that gave you inventory slots. So BDO solved it. This game might do that down the road, but for now, it's farm the premium currency, use the premium currency to probably buy bag space to get you started and weight carry capacity. And that's probably what you'll end up doing to start with before you get into actually purchasing the Terras for weapon enhancements. But the fact that you can farm the premium currency for free, and then you can use this to buy inventory slots, storage slots, carry capacity, weight, and stuff like that, is a huge success to me, and why I would say it's not pay to win. Now, if there was no way to farm the premium currency in-game, and then there was no way to obtain bag space or carry weight other than paying money, then I would definitely lean more towards a smidgen of pay to win, because if you have 50 bag space, you basically can't even run dungeons because you run out of inventory space a quarter of the way through. It's more of a convenience thing, yes, and you have to be more picky with the items that you pick up and keep. But at a certain point, it becomes so obnoxious that you almost feel like you can't play the game because you're constantly going back and selling stuff and you can't actually complete anything. Made some chicken. Shawarma? Ooh, bro, that sounds delicious. I haven't eaten yet. Like I said, I didn't feel well last couple days. I've been eating fine. I just don't feel quite good. Someone come through here and kill all my deer? Bro, what a dick face. Seriously? What an asshole! Oh, never mind. They just haven't spawned yet. I want to say, like I said, I haven't looked it up myself either, but I almost want to say that it was a wipe, almost dig, because I'm watching people play it, and one guy made a comment that the high level veteran players have already, he used the words, already have leveled up and gone to the high level zones to make their guild locations. So it made it sound like everybody started over and the veterans had speed ran to the end game because they know what they're doing and already had claimed territory in like the best to claim territory locations. That's the way he made it sound. But once again, I didn't actually look into it myself specifically. So that's just what I heard. But it looks awesome. So one thing I did like about the game, Dig, so far, that actually piqued my interest a little bit more, was there's no inherent downside to grouping and killing mobs. So if you kill a mob solo, you get the same amount of XP as if you were in a group of 50 people. Mobs give the same amount of XP to every single person in the party, regardless of how many people are in the party. So it incentivizes you to mass party and AoE grind mobs down in certain areas for EXP grinding. So I really liked that. I also like the fact that they didn't add a EXP increasement for being in parties. A lot of games give you increased EXP rates while in parties, which just seems weird. right? So it incentivizes you even more just to party up with people and let people just AFK and leech, because you're getting more XP for them being in your party, and they're also getting XP for being in your party. So why not? I don't think so, mate. I don't remember what you said before that. Oh, about the portals? I did not even see that. Sorry. Yeah, so it's somewhat the problem I had, mate, is like I said, I did skip some portals because I just didn't think about it. Like I could have, like I said, I could have. I did do the boards in World 1 just because I wanted to get the Gigafrogs. So I did do that one, but I didn't do World 2, 3, or 4, and I didn't do some of the side ones because I just didn't think about it. I just punched one guy and moved on. Um, but I ended up in World 6. I think I got like halfway through World 6 before I basically ran out of time, and I went around and printed. And I didn't even get all of my prints. I only got 3 out of my 4 prints. I was a little sad about that. I got Gmush, Sandpots, Gigas, and I was waiting to do World 3 Sheepies, but I ran out of time, so I didn't get a Sheepy reprint, which is fine. But I wanted to do World 7 prints. So I almost want to do another speed run, and I think I want to start on World 6 to spend all of my time to unlock World 7. Because the thing I have, like, with the problem with the speed runs is like it remembers what you've unlocked from previous ones. So since I've only unlocked to like World 4 before, I could only teleport to World 4 stuff. Um but now that I've unlocked World 6, I should be able to get to World 6 right off the bat. And maybe I can push from World 6 to World 7. So what I can do on my next run is I can do portals. I can open up as many portals as I can from Worlds 1 through 4, kill the 4 bosses, and then skip World 5 and 6, go right to 7, and try to get a couple World 7 prints so I can use those for vials and stamps and whatever else, right? And alchemy. I think that might be worth it for now, just so I can max out some of those vials, and I can level up some stuff that takes the World 7 materials. I was thinking about doing that since I've already done a reprint recently. Oh, but that's currently where I was at with that. But yeah, Dig, those reviews, man, they were hurting my soul. I almost want to open them up and like show you some of the ones I was looking at. This is like, bro, are you a fucking idiot? It's pay to win because you can't level up your professions without having a buff. It's like, no, you just get half the XP that you would get without the buff. No, level 100. At least from what I found, level 100 is max level. Most people are in the 70s right now, though. Like, most players are between levels 50 and like 80, probably. There's probably a handful of very high level players that are probably higher level than that. Like the veteran, like high level players. But maybe they're not streaming. I don't know. But I think the first thing I read on the Twitch page was it goes to level 100. I don't remember where I saw the information, but I specifically saw it in black and white in writing that it said 100. Yeah, I think there's certain breakpoints with the whether it's like equipment or talent levels or something, where this guy was like, "Yeah, I can't wait to hit level 50 so I can put on all my new stuff." So kind of like Lotro, where you have like certain level brackets, where when you hit a new level bracket, you get like a new like set of gear or something. 75 might be the next bracket that they were getting to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll pull it up in a second here. I'm pretty sure it's on the Steam page. It says level 100. I could be wrong. Could have swore I saw it here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, where did I read it then? I read it somewhere. All right. Well, according to AI, cap it. Yeah. So final goal grade 100, effectively around level 150 in professions. Wait, what? The initial max level is 50, after which players enter a grade system, progressing to a final grade of 100, effectively around 150 profession progression. With recent upgrades raising the primary cap to 110. Interesting. Okay, so maybe this is what they were talking about. So they probably hit grade 75. So you level up to 50 and then you go into the grade system. So there's milestones every 25 levels, it looks like. But then it does say level cap raised recently in recent update in 2025, obviously like December area, increased the primary level cap to 110. So this probably changed to 110 before you even get to the grade system. Adding more zones and content to higher level players. So I have to actually look up from a real source, right? All right, so level cap has been raised to 110, and some monster zones are also now 110, giving some more room to work. Blah blah blah. However, they've improved profession bonuses at level 85 to and 100. Mana consumption also greatly increased. So I don't know if this is the grade system that got upgraded to 110 or the base level that got upgraded from 50 to 110. Yeah, it's all good, mate. I figured you were and I didn't see it, but yeah, that's pretty good. That's what I'm thinking about doing with my speed runs this week, since we have the damage and the kill per kill. Yeah, so that they took that probably from uh Throne and Liberty. So Throne and Liberty had like a daily system where when you logged in, you got X amount of tokens every day to be able to run dungeons, or as a weekly or something. I don't remember exactly. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it because at least in that system you can stockpile for like 5 days and then run them all in one day. I prefer systems that are like if you're gonna have a system like that, do it like a cap system where you can run X amount of dungeons per week. Right. And I don't mean every dungeon. Like, so take New World for example. You can run normal dungeons as much as you want, but I think there's like an hourly cap where you can only run like 10 dungeons an hour or something. That prevents people from like resetting and rerunning like super speed run dungeons. Just they put a limit on how many you can do per hour, but doesn't not a limit on how many you can do overall. But muted runs, which are the high tier runs, they have a weekly limit of 25. You can only run 25 every week for the highest tier dungeon. That's kind of like taking a raid and saying you can only run it once a week, right? That I'm fine with, but putting a daily cap on it kind of blows. Because if you don't play for a day and you didn't run that dungeon, then you kind of feel like you're behind if there's resources out in there that you need or want, right? Now, at least having a weekly cap is better because if you only play on Saturday and Sunday, you didn't miss out on Monday through Friday's worth of, materials. So I don't know how, like, I'd have to look into that a little bit more to see. It might not be that big of a deal because some of those systems, they might be in place, but it doesn't really hinder you that much because you don't need to run it every day for min-max value to get everything you can out of it because it's minimal at best of what you get out of it. Like, you don't need to. At a certain point, you never need to run it anyway. I'm not even gonna lie, Dig. I most likely will just be a profession guy. I'll probably have my fucking a house and a PvE zone on a P. Obviously, I'll play on PvE servers. I'll have it in a PvP zone, probably real close to like a trade hub or something, and I'll probably just do professions nonstop. I am kind of contemplating though doing Ironman and possibly just making multiple characters. And the reason I say this, because I haven't figured out what the real need for multiple characters truly is, other than the fact that you can share loot between characters via the storage system. And if you are kind of limited in the amount of storage and carry capacity and stuff like that that your account can have, having extra characters just for extra storage, because they have more bags, so they can take stuff out of the storage system and hold it on the character. That's one reason I could see having them. But I was thinking that instead of having to fast travel around the world to gather higher tier loot or to gather certain loot in certain areas, things like that, if I had characters that logged out near these places, right? And if I needed the resource, I could just log into that character to then gather that resource, stick it in the storage so my main character can obtain them. I was thinking that could be a viable option on top of having them for storage. That's what I was thinking. That might be worth it in that sense. Because like we used to do something similar in BDO. We had a character dedicated to farming. So the character would literally log out where the farms are, right? And then every like hour or two, you'd switch to that character, you'd check your farms, you'd gather everything, you replant everything, you do everything you got to do, and then you'd switch back over to your main character. So this way you don't have to run back to your farms every few hours or whatever. You just switch characters to deal with it. That way you can still maintain doing farming and you do other things while you're doing whatever else you're doing. So I can see alts being useful for that kind of stuff. Also, I think you can have a house per character. Every character gets one house altar. And I think the account gets one guild altar. I don't think you can have multiple guilds per account. But that one I don't know. That one I'd have to look at. I don't know if the guild account or if the guild altar is per account or per character, but I'm pretty sure that the house altar is per character. I'm about 90% sure. So that means if you have 10 characters, you can have 10 different houses. But the storage is shared between characters, so it's account-wide storage. I think the bank is as well. Ugh. But like I said, if you had one character that his main priority would be like, so let's take New World's map for example. You had one character that he made a house down here and he gathered resources in this zone, and then you had another character that had a house in this area to gather resources in this area, and then another character that had one over in this area. You know what I mean? That way, whenever you're trying to gather specific resources, you just log into the character that has a house in that area, so they can gather the resources and stick it in the storage where their house is, and then they don't have to travel very far. I think that is the one thing that alts could be used for primarily.
but it means you have to level up multiple characters to a high enough level to actually take advantage of them in higher level zones. This way, you can have your main character doing whatever it is he normally does, and anytime you needed to gather something specific or do a specific part of a resource or something, you just switch to an alt, so you don't have to travel so much. Because the map is so large, traveling from one side of the map to the other just to get to your house to do something, or to get to a certain area to gather a certain resource and then get back to your house, can be very tedious. Especially since I think you only have so many fast travels. Either I don't know what the criteria is, but you can only fast travel so much. Because I was watching someone yesterday and he tried to fast travel. He's like, "Oh, I'm out of fast travels. Oh no, I can't fast travel anymore." So he had to run everywhere every time he died. So I don't know what the criteria is for the fast travels of what you need, right, to be able to fast travel. But it's definitely a thing. We're gonna have to go get more iron hides soon here. But yeah, that's definitely something I'm hella looking forward to. Oh, that just means I need to speed run through this faster. If I'm being honest though, there's not much left to do in New World. Like, for me to feel like I've completed my Iron Man playthrough, I don't think there's much left I need to do. The main thing I need to do is I just want to craft max gear score bags. Or at least as close to max gear score as I can. My tools, and I want to try and craft a couple of my ultimate trophies, or at least the combat trophies. Which, that's time consuming. Don't get me wrong, that is time consuming, but it's not a lot. I don't care about having best in slot combat gear. I don't really care about running all the dungeons on muted 3s or anything like that. Because that's just meh. I've already done that before. You know, like, the only other thing I could do is trying to get into some raid runs, which would require some combat gear, so I can complete the raids. But I'm kind of just numb to combat in the game, honestly. So, I don't know how much longer we'll be playing this. Because, like I said, the more and more Quenfall piques my interest, the less and less interested I am in playing this. Even the only thing that keeps me playing this is I know it's going away, and it's not that I have a FOMO feeling for it, but knowing it's going away and knowing there's things in this game I would regret. I guess regret's the wrong word, but I would feel like a little uneasy, but like, man, I never got to finish that, right? I'd have like it would be like a looking back, like, damn, I never got to finish this one thing that I wanted to do. And I would never be able to do it going forward. So it's just like, I want to make sure I get everything done that I possibly can, so I don't have that feeling of regret going forward. So that's why I'm trying to put as much effort into this as I can. Because once this is done, we are switching games. 100%. I was going to do Windcraft, because Windcraft looked fucking sick. And I had a really fun time playing it. But the Quinfall might have definitely knocked it off its pedestal. Wait, what? Oh shit, they did. What the hell? Did they partner with Roadblocks for some reason? The fuck? That's weird, right? I mean, I just find that to be a real, like, if they did, I find that to be a weird decision after all the drama that happened. Like, obviously, I don't know all the drama that truly happened. I didn't look into it all that much. But after all that bad publicity that Roadblocks had and all the big content creators leaving and everything, like the partner programs and stuff, why would Twitch even think about partnering with them unless Twitch bought them out to like rebrand it in a way? I don't know. That just seems weird. That's what I'm saying. Why do you have one game in particular built into the UI as like a shortcut button? Like, that's favoritism at its finest. I could see it being the other way around. Roadblocks like having such bad publicity that they buy out Twitch because they don't want, because they want to like, I don't know, like filter what gets put into the, you know what I mean, what gets streamed for Roadblocks, and you know what I mean. Like they want to like filter it. They want to like censor what people can and can't stream when it comes to Roadblocks. Kind of interesting. I wouldn't put that past somebody. You have such bad publicity, you have people covering your game in such a negative way that you just say, fuck it, we're gonna control it ourselves, and we're just gonna buy everything and prevent people from doing things we don't want them to do. Censorship at its finest. I didn't notice until you said it. I never look at the top. I hardly ever click on following or browsing, ever. I only ever look at the left side of my screen to see who's currently live and the people that I do follow. And I just click on someone's portrait that I want to watch. I never look at the top. We're going to need to go get more iron hides soon. So we're almost out. No, we're getting there. We're at 169. We're getting there. Yeah, very, very, very rarely will I ever click on browse. Like, I only click on browse if I don't have an anime to watch and nobody's streaming something that I want to watch, which is very rare. 9 times out of 10, I open up Twitch, and if there's nobody streaming anything I like, I go and watch anime. Or I go to YouTube TV and I watch my my recorded TV shows. That's literally what I do on a daily basis. I hardly ever click on browse. Unless I'm looking for like a new game. Like if I'm looking for a new game, then I'll click on browse just to see like what people are playing. Oh yeah, I don't even scroll dig. I just change the filter to low to high instead of high to low or recommended. I just switch it to low to high just to look at like the no viewer people. That's where you run into some weird shit. I mean, doing low to high isn't the best though, because you end up with a lot of like zeros or ones. But seeing the people in like the 5s to 10s are always interesting. Because those are the smaller streamers that actually have people watching them, and they're usually doing something absolutely wild. Something really just like, what the fuck? You can do that on Twitch? Well, it's not under browse. Mate. Here, I'll show you. The problem isn't the browse. It's at the top. You got the Twitch button. You got follow, browse, and then next to it, you have this button, Roadblocks. It's a new button. We've never noticed it before. Its own separate button. Right? Just weird. I mean, like, it could have always been there. Because if you do the drop down for the, you have all these other things. Right? So it could have always been there. We just never noticed it because it never fit inside the UI filter at the top. Maybe they changed the filter size or something, so that way the third one finally popped up and it defaults to Roblox. I don't know. Yeah, and that's crazy because that's definitely against terms of service, Dig, for Twitch. What I don't understand is I go to smaller streamers all the time, Dig. You know, whether it's like just kind of seeing a game I haven't seen before or checking out a game that I do like that maybe someone's playing and this doesn't have any viewers or whatever. But bro, there's these people are just blatantly blasting copyrighted music 24/7 on their streams. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, bro, do you just not care about copyrights? Like, do you not care that you could get in trouble, that you could be fined? Like, they're like, oh, but I don't have any strikes. When I get a strike, I'll stop doing it. It's like, that's a really dumb idea. Because you can get strikes for past VODs. Right? For your past ingressions. So if you have 10 years of you blasting music after they put out the DMCA notices, you can easily get fined. Yeah, but that's the thing. They fly under the radar because they don't have any viewers. Right? They don't make any money. The main people that get strikes are people that are making money while using the music, right? And that's the main argument to the DMCA is you're not paying these companies for the rights to use their content for the purpose of you're making your content and you're making money off of their content, right? So if you're making money off of your content while using their content, they want a piece of it. And these low-end streamers that basically make maybe $100 or $200 a year aren't making money, so they have no reason to DMCA strike them, right? Now, these people that are making thousands of dollars a month or more, those people are the ones that get striked because they're actually making money while using these people's stuff. And that's where I think a lot of the problems come in, is you're fine at a low level, but then once you start making some money, that's where they care. Because if they DMCA strike every single person that used their stuff, it would be way too difficult to catch everybody. Let's just put it that way. Between the different streaming platforms and how many people truly stream on a daily basis, they wouldn't be able to catch everybody. It just wouldn't be possible. There's too many of them. It's like trying to count every fish in the open ocean. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm an overly cautious person and I like to follow the rules. So if I know there's something I'm not supposed to do, I'm not going to do it. Regardless if I can get away with it or not. It's one of those things, like, are you the type of person that is only going to do something, like, are you only going to do the right thing when you know you're going to get caught? Or do you do the right thing when you know no one's looking, right? Like, true righteous people, true good people, don't do the right thing because they know that someone's watching. They do it when they know no one's watching as well, because they're truly, genuinely nice people. And I'm not saying I'm a nice person. I'm just saying, for me, I don't do things because I know someone's watching. I do it because I think it's right. Right? I have a sense of morality that I believe in, that I don't just pick and choose when I believe in it. I don't cheat in video games. I don't use programs to help me give me an advantage or anything like that. Now, don't get me wrong. When I was younger, when I would play Age of Empires 2 by myself, you know, for funsies, yeah, occasionally I would cheat in some money and resources, or I'd spawn in the Cobra car or something like that, just for some fun. But I don't cheat video games. I don't, even single player games, I don't really cheat. Like, even when I play The Sims. Now, when I was younger, I might have cheated, right? Like movable objects, so I can move things wherever I wanted to, and more money and stuff like that. Because I was a kid, you know, I didn't know any different. I just was playing games to have fun, and it was fun back then. I'm just like, yeah, let's do the right thing, right? Let's just play the game as intended and have fun. If we don't have fun, play a different game. But it also goes to, like, you know, if I see someone struggling to put their groceries in the car, or pick something up, or grab something off the top shelf, or something like that in the real world, like, I'm not gonna just be nice when it's just the one person and no one can see me, you know, being a nice person. I do it just because it's the right thing to do. So is anti-gravity just like a server setting though? Well, like for example, take Halo, for example. There used to be a bunch of like Halo glitches that you could do that people would do in open lobbies. It wasn't like they were using cheats to do it, but it was like a glitch that if you like punch the air repeatedly, you can like push your character into the air and get into areas that you shouldn't be able to, right? Exactly, mate. Like that's where I'm at, right? And like that's the problem I have is a lot of these streamers, like they're probably genuinely nice people, but it makes me question them because if they're willing to do something they know they're not supposed to, just because they know they can get away with it, what else, personality wise, do they do just because they know they can get away with it, right? Where's that line for them? They're willing to do something so, I mean, obviously, like I said, playing music on their stream is very frivolous. It's like whatever. It's not like they're, you know, hurting anybody. It's not like they're threatening people. It's not like, you know, they're being violent in any way, shape, or form, or, you know, anything like that. But like, where's the line at this point? Like, if you know they're willing to bend the rules or, you know, not follow certain things or, you know, I mean, like, you know what I mean, do the wrong thing, where are their morals? Like, where's that line of the thing that they won't cross? It's just like that's why, like, anytime I watch a stream and I see them like listening to like legit music on their stream, I kind of already am turned off to their stream. Because I watch people that I genuinely find enjoyable, and I don't find any enjoyment in people that I feel like I can't trust, right? And now, obviously, that makes me gravitate more towards the bigger streamers because the bigger streamers are less likely to be streaming, you know, music because they know they can be caught, and they probably have been caught. So it kind of makes me gravitate away from these smaller streamers a lot and alienate most of them because most of them just play music. And like I said, it kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, well, if you're going to sit there and play music, what else are you going to fib or lie or non-genuinely be acting while you're streaming, right? So it's just like, it kind of hurts. Kind of hurts me a little bit when I'm like trying to find someone to watch because it's like, that's my first impression is like, you're playing music. I don't know anything else about you. If you're willing to do that, what else are you willing to do? And it just makes me go and watch somebody else. But you could item dupe in Pokemon Go? Oh wait, I think I did do that. Wasn't that something to do with like, there was like a shoreline that you could swim up and down and you can hit that like glitch mob or something and you were at a way to like infinitely dupe like candies and bats of Pokeballs and stuff, things like that. I think I remember that. No, I'm saying the original Pokemon. I did it in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. But there was a shoreline in one of the ocean areas that you swam up and down on, and there was a glitch mob, a mob called Glitch. And if you closed it at a certain, if you did some specific action, you can duplicate the items that were in a specific slot in your inventory. So you had to move the items in your inventory to be the item you wanted to duplicate. And then once it was in that slot, every time you would hit the mob and you did the specific action, it would duplicate that item every time. I remember that. All right, we're at 176. I need to go get some Ironhide really quick, actually. We got a couple more crafts. I think we'll go and do Ironhide after this run. Sorry, it might be hard for you to understand me because, like I said, I am a little sick, so my nose is stuffy, my throat's scratchy. I'm running out of air while I'm talking pretty quickly, so I have to stop to breathe. Take a couple deep breaths every once in a while. A little troublesome. Oh, yeah, I didn't know about that one. I only knew about the item duplication. It was like the 7th item in your inventory slot or the 3rd item or something. If you went to fight the glitch mob or something, and I don't remember the exact criteria, but you had to do something when you got into a fight with him. And it wasn't shutting the game down. You could basically keep the game running 24/7, you know, but you had to do a specific action, and when you did this action, when you got out of the fight, it duplicated the item that was in that slot. I don't remember what it was. I remember I duplicated candies because it allowed me to like max level all my Pokemon without actually combating them. Yeah, that's the same thing with this one too. You didn't have to have Game Shark. You didn't have to do anything. It was literally just a specific button action when you got into a fight. And like I said, I liked it because you didn't have to turn the game off to do it. I have to Google it. I don't remember how it went. But you could only do it in one part of the game. It was only because it was the glitch mob specifically. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so that one had a little bit more versatility on where you could do it, and how you could do it. Obviously, yours could also duplicate Pokemon, which was different. But at the end of the day, like having to turn it off and turn it back on would get tedious, time after time after time, and I would be worried about corrupting the save. Doing it that way versus the one that I did, there was no chance for corruption. It was a little safer. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm gonna look up the one that I'm talking about and see if I can remember. Oh, starting to not feel very well. Like I don't feel terrible. I just feel like I'm getting hot. Like my eyes are getting like they feel kind of burny, like my eyelids and stuff. Just feel a little hot. I probably should go take some Dayquil really quick. 'Cause I haven't eaten really. I haven't taken any Dayquil. I haven't taken any Zicam. I haven't taken anything meds wise. I haven't even eaten a cough drop or anything yet. Just been drinking water. Oh yeah. Well, I'd rather just duplicate the candies and just max level all the Pokemon without having to worry about sharing XP. But the EXP share is kind of nice because then you can like level up like a low level Pokemon in high level fights without having to pull them out first. That was always the problem with trying to like level up like weak Pokemon is you had to start the fight with the weak Pokemon, switch to your strong Pokemon. Your strong Pokemon guarantee got hit every single time because you always got hit after switching characters. Then you had to one-shot the guy with your strong character, and then you should split the EXP between the two characters. It was always a pain in the ass. At least if you had EXP share, you could start with the strong Pokemon, insta-give the mob, and never take damage. It was just faster. Yeah, I mean, I could take medicine without eating. I'm just not that hungry right now. That's the problem. Alright, so... Pokemon head item... All right, so this is the glitch I was talking about. So this dupe dig primarily achieved by using old man glitch, which is encountering the glitch mob, right? Which causes the item in the 6th bag slot to duplicate 128 times. Place the item to clone whatever it is in the 6th slot. Watch Viridian City tutorial, fly to such and such island, surf along the East Coast. Like I said, you had to surf along the East Coast. You had to have a Pokemon that could surf. You swam back and forth. You encountered this mob, and it just duplicated the item for you. Put the item you want in your 6th bag. Trigger event. Fly to Viridian City and talk to the old man who teaches you how to catch Pokemon. Watch the demonstration. Say no when asked if you're in a hurry. Then encounter this person. So to do this, you have to be on this island, surfing on the east side, the very edge of the water, and then you just go back and forth. And then once you encounter the thing, it duplicates the item. It's that simple. It says defeat or run away from battle. Yeah, literally. I don't know how I did it, but I saw that there was a way to fight a mob I've never fought before. And I just went to the island and I surfed up and down. I ran into it and it just automatically duplicates whatever's there. But yeah. Like,
hey everyone, this is Kevi Kango, an old man in Viridian City. Next, make sure that the item you want to clone is in the 6th slot in your bag. Then, surf on this coast until you encounter a missing no. Once you find it, you can just run away. When you check your bag again, the quantity of the item in your 6th slot will have changed. So what happened was the missing no glitch caused the amount of this item to increase by 128. You can do this with other items too, like
yeah, I would spam the fuck out of that. And it does state don't move the items because it can mess up the item counts and stuff like that, but I moved them to duplicate other items, and that way I wouldn't use all that was in the stack. Because if you used what was in the stack and then you moved it later to duplicate something else, you could have ran out of that item. Which happened every once in a while. Okay. So let's go get some Ironhide really quick. I think best place is Eden Grove. Go here. I don't know the best place in Eden Grove to fight these things, but I'll go here. I know in the woods there's pigs and stuff to fight. I mean, this is also a good place to farm wood, so. Here. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, reek water. I forgot all about reek water. We could do the buffaloes in reek water. That's even better. I mean, once again, though, Dig, the difference between 1.0 and non 1.0 is so negligible. I feel like when we think 1.0, we think polished, solid, quality of life game ready to go, right? Has all of its content in the game for the level cap of what was promised or whatever, right? That's what we think when we think, you know what I mean? Oh wait, these are 70. Oh, they revamped this place, so I'm not gonna get Ironheart out of here. I forgot. So I think Eden Grove is our best play. So that's what we think when we think 1.0, right? But like, look at Quinfall. It's 1.0, and it's not ready, right? I feel like 1.0 is more or less they're happy with the content or the state of where the game is at. They're confident enough to state that they're going to continue going forward with the game and releasing stuff. I think that's more or less what 1.0 is, what devs are using it for nowadays. Alright, I need a better place to farm Ironhide. Yeah, they would have released something lacking maybe 60% of what they said they were going to give. It would have felt bad. It would have felt absolutely terrible. But I also think Quinfall's in the same boat. Is it has more than Ashes had at the same point of where they're at. But it's just lacking overall quality of life for it and polishment, like combat wise. I feel like they're both kind of just in that same boat, but Quinfall already went 1.0. Right? So they're already saying, yeah, we're comfortable with where this is sitting and where we're at with this. Going forward, it's just going to be, you know, tweaks, polishes, and refinements and additions to the game. We're not, because I think that's what the 1.0 is. It's like we're satisfied with the state of where the game is and its direction it's going, and that we're just going to build upon what we have. We're not going to scrap and restart stuff. I think that's where it is, right? So I would say Ashes could have been 1.0 at the end of the year. And I think that's just their way of saying that they weren't going to be changing the core of the game going forward. I think that's all that's really saying. Is that going forward, it would have just been additions and quality of life changes. I really have to pee. I'll be right back. Hopefully I don't. Oh, we didn't die. Thank God. All right. Ugh. Wait, really? They got rid of the low to high? Making them ninja switches in the background. I wonder if they're trying to prevent people from just going to the bottom and trolling people, or, you know what I mean? Trying to prevent bots from going to those low-level channels and just spamming them for like bot views and stuff. It's possible. That's true. Funneling people to the people that are making them money, which is scummy as well. Because what about the low level gyms? You know, the people that are actually really good at what they do, but they just can't get any traction because they, you know, they're at the bottom of the barrel. There is actually some really solid streamers that have less than 5 viewers that just never get any traction because they can't get noticed because they're at the bottom. Oh yeah, I find that really likely as well. Twitch trying to do something nice for somebody, or for a reason of prevention to, you know, not get flooded with bots and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't think they really care about that. I feel like that's more of a, hey, you're the streamer, take care of it on your own kind of thing. That's a you problem, not an us problem. I saw all the screenshots. I don't remember which one specifically you're talking about. Alright, I want to get to like 1,000 iron hide and we'll be good. Take us a little while to get through it, but it shouldn't be too hard. Well, I mean, also at the end of the day, though, like, as a company, you don't want to die on a sword just because they're like maybe your highest revenue person. You don't want to die on that sword, right? You might lose your highest revenue person for whatever reason, but you make more revenue off of the whole than you do off of a single individual. You know what I mean? So from a business standpoint, I do agree that you shouldn't favor someone just because of how much revenue they bring in, and you shouldn't cater to that one individual. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do give leeway to the bigger streamers. You know, things that a bigger streamer might do, even though they have 10,000 people that witness them do something they're not supposed to, might get a slap on the wrist when someone with like 100 viewers might get a 7-day ban. They're not very consistent from what I've noticed on treatments across the board to different people. I definitely feel like certain people get harsher punishments than others. But once again, I'm not privy to all the backstory. So who's to say that the big streamer, maybe they don't mess up that much. Some of them do, right? But the person that they're contributing or that they're comparing them to is like, well, this person did that and got a slap on the wrist and said, don't do that again. And the other person got a 7-day ban. It's like, well, what else has that person done, right? How many other times have they been warned for similar infractions, right? And don't get me wrong, like there could be no correlation, but we're not privy to that information, right? And at the end of the day, it's their company. They're going to do what they want with how they want. And if they want to show favoritism, that's just going to, you know, piss people off in one way or the other. So it is what it is. You know? Come on. You fucking forever. But it's also really hard to just put something in black and white. You know what I mean? Because you can say, no racism. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, saying the N-word isn't racist depending on the context. Now, I'm not going to say I'm ever going to say that word because I don't think that's a word anybody should ever say. But there are people that use that in their everyday language because that's just the culture they live in, right? That's just what they call each other. That's just what they call their friends. That's just what they say in general, right? Now, is it racist for that person to say it because they always say it and that's just how they, they communicate? But if somebody else was to say it, now it is racist. Like, you can't say it's racist for one person but not for the other. It just depends on the context it's being used in, right? At the end of the day. So it's like, you can't just put something in black and white. If you say this, you will be banned because people will say that that's racist. Like, you can't fucking win. You can never fucking win with people. But putting things straight up in black and white is nice, but you're going to get pushback whether, you do or you don't. You put it in black and white, you're going to piss off people that don't agree with you. And then if you don't put it in black and white, you're going to piss off the people that want it in black and white. So it's just like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Alright. We should be good now. We should be able to go back and do a bunch of these for a while. Oh. Oh yeah, I read some of it. And it's kind of like what I read, mate, was basically what I was saying. It works 99%, right? It's probably one of the better things to do. If you have the patience and, want to actually do, what it requires you to do. But it doesn't completely replace traditional flossing for scraping it off your teeth. But it does mostly replace it. That's what I got the consensus out of it. Like I said, I didn't read every single one of them, but I read some of like the pros and cons of some of them, and I was like, oh yeah. So it's basically like flossing, but scraping could be more beneficial in certain situations. Scraping being traditional flossing. FYI. Oh dear. But at the end of the day, I mean, consistent or not, bad company or not, like them or don't like them, it doesn't truly matter to me all that much. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, regardless of who I'm doing it with. The only reason I'm sticking with one company other than other companies is just because it's the standard, right? It's just like the difference between using Google Chrome versus Internet Explorer, right? I use Google Chrome just because it was like the standard when I was, putting my computer together. It was more or less the most common one, and it was just like, boom, in my face. Right? Now, is it the best one currently? No. Is it bad? No. Right? Same thing with like streaming services. Like, is Netflix the best? No. It's the most common? Yes. But it's not the best. I still use it. It's like, that's the same thing when it comes to like, me streaming right now. It's like, is Twitch the best platform? Maybe not. I don't know. Don't really care. But is it the most popular / most used for live streams? I would say yes, personally. When you think live stream, the first thing that pops into most people's head, 90% of the time, I feel like it's Twitch, right? So, now, depending on the the age of the person too. Some people are TikTokers, some people are YouTube shortsers, you know, some people are YouTubers, some people are whatever the fuck the other ones are. I don't even remember. But you know, everybody in their own age bracket or their own, you know, generalistic sphere of the way they live and their people around them, they all the norm is always different, right? Some people think that Linux is the norm. Some people think that Mac's the norm. Some people think iOS is the norm. Some people think Linux, you know what I mean? Like Android's the norm. It just, everybody has their own norm. I just feel like majority of the population, when they go watch a stream, they go to Twitch. Just like majority of the population, when they go to Google something, they go to Google, right? They don't go to Bing. They don't go to Yahoo or whatever the other ones are. Most people use Google. And I'm not going to say 90%. I'm going to say more like 50%. Probably half the population uses Google. The other half is split between all the other ones. Maybe even 40%. But if you compare the amount of people that use Google to the amount of people that use each of the other ones, I feel like majority of them, like more, use one than the other. Same thing with Twitch. Like of all the people that watch live streams, I would say more people watch it on Twitch than any other platform. We're not counting hentai or webcams or any of that kind of stuff. We're strictly talking gaming. You know, we're not talking OnlyFans here. Oh, fuck, man. Hey, yo. Spend money on buying. I know, man. You're gonna end up buying Quinfall. I promise you that. But I just don't know when I'm gonna do it. If you want to go to bed, man, have a good one. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here and thanks for chatting with us. Hope you had a good time. Sleep well. Catch you tomorrow probably. But yeah, we're just gonna chill out for a little while longer. I'm gonna try and get all our refining professions to 250 this week since we got double XP. Just burn through it real quick. I'm making progress. Continue. Not much progress, but we're making some progress. We're at the 182. Once we hit 205, it'll go fast. Because the last 45 levels are pretty fast when you're doing like the highest tier material. But I am getting hungry. Don't know what I'm gonna eat though. I think the wife made homemade Chipotle. I might make some of that. But there is cheese dip in there too. It's like a can of cheese or like a bottle of cheese or whatever with chili. It's like a chili cheese kind of dip. Could eat that. Something simple. Something salty and savory. Oh. But with that said, though, mate, I don't know if we'll make it to 5 o'clock. Like, I want to make it to 5 o'clock, but I might get up early just to rest. Like, I'm not gonna sleep, but just to lounge on the couch and not be forced to be sitting at my screen trying to entertain. I don't know why, but I've been getting sick a lot lately. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, there's certain really easy foods to make. Like I said, depending on what you're feeling. Like, there's some foods that I make that are really, really easy, but they're just like that. They're my cup of tea, right? They're my type of foods that I like, right? But they're relatively easy. Like, I have a rice cooker, so I do a lot of stuff when it comes to rice. So I can just plop, 1 cup of rice, cup and a half of water, push the pressure cook button, and just walk away. Come back 45 minutes later, I got rice. Technically not a rice cooker, it's an Instant Pot, but same thing. I use it for rice. But I'll make like I'll get some like ground chicken and I'll brown that up, put some sauce on it, boom, got myself some tacos, right? Or I'll I'll brown up some ground chicken and put some Szechuan sauce on it with some frozen vegetables. I'll like microwave in the microwave for a little bit, or something. Boom, got me some Szechuan stir fry. Super, super easy. Those are like 2 really easy meals. If I'm feeling breakfasty, make like an egg sandwich with some bacon. Super simple. Yeah, I don't know why, man. I've been getting so sick recently. Like, I never got sick from the ages of like 16 to like, I would say like almost 30. I basically never got sick. I think in that amount of like years, was that like 14 years? I think I got sick a total of like less than 5 times. And when I mean sick, I don't mean like sick sick. I don't mean like I couldn't get out of bed sick. I mean I felt tired. Right? I had some chills. I went to sleep, woke up the next day and was fine. I think only one time I actually was sick for more than 12 hours. As in, I didn't feel well for more than 12 hours. I was in bed for like 2 days one time in those 14 years. And then since we moved up here in the last I want to say year and a half, I've been sick like 5 times. And I know it can be common, you move to a new state, a new area, the germs and stuff and the seasons kind of screw with your system a little bit, right? You gotta get acclimated to the new germs and colds and stuff that are in the new environment. It's stuff that I'm just not used to because I grew up in Florida my whole life, so never really got sick when I was in Florida after a certain period. But bro, being up here, I'm just always fucking sick. And I don't get sick during the summer all that much. It's always at the winter, and it's common because it's cold. So I go out, I get cold, and I get sick because I got cold. It's pretty common. It's pretty notorious. In Florida, you don't get that cold. So, I mean, that's probably all it is. I'm probably just not bundling up enough, and I'm probably just getting overly cold, which is like hurting my immune system to a point where it's making I'm susceptible to getting sick. Probably all it is. Either that or I'm dying. One or the other. Who knows? Oh man. Alright, so what are we up to now? Almost 186. Let's go. Getting there. That's honestly probably all it is, mate. Because I was fine. And then, it's been relatively cool, like warmer the last couple days. So me and the wife have gone on a couple walks, like 30 degrees outside, you know. And I get cold while I'm out, and I'm not wearing super thick clothes or anything. So I'm assuming it's purely just because we went on a couple walks when it was cold out, and I probably just got overly cold, and it just made me susceptible to getting sick. So I basically just need to bundle up more. I love cold weather. That's the problem. Like, I love being cold. I love being in the cold. Right? But I hate being hot. I'm always hot. And I hate being hot. But when it's cold out, I like to feel cold. It's not good for me. Obviously, I'm a little older than I used to be too, so being older, already having like a weaker immune system from being older, and then comboing that with getting cold from being out in the cold weather, you know, it just makes me more susceptible to getting, you know, a slight cold. So it is what it is. I just want to finish. I think what we'll do, guys, today. Where's this rabbit? Where's this fucking rabbit? There it is. I think what we'll do is we'll finish leatherworking today. We'll get leatherworking to 250, and we'll call it a day. So if that takes us another hour, then we'll be done in an hour. If it takes us 2 hours, then we'll be done in 2 hours. If it takes us to get our leatherworking to 250, we'll play for that long, and then we'll call it a day after that. Because I'd like to lounge up, put my feet up, watch some TV, and just relax. Oh, hopefully. Because I don't feel terrible. That's the thing. Like, I don't feel like deathly ill. I don't have like a pounding headache. I'm not coughing. You know, my tonsils don't hurt. I just feel drained. I just feel like I have no fucking energy, and I feel hot. And then, like I said, with how much I talk, I just feel like I am winded. If that makes any sense. I feel like I have to take a second, and I have to take a couple deep breaths to catch back up on the air I used. And I feel like that's like the biggest problem I'm having right now. And yeah, like the different humidity levels is huge. I remember when I was in 29 Palms, California, mate. It was a night and day difference. That shit, it would be 100 degrees outside, but it didn't feel hot. You know, it fucking 30 degrees outside, and it was like blistering cold. Well, I mean, Cali heat is tolerable. I actually did not mind the Cali heat. Like, I would prefer 90 to 100 degree Cali weather versus 80 to 90 degree Minnesota weather. Because it's just ungruelingly hot with the humidity. When you're in Cali and it's a dry humidity, like there's not much humidity, it's really just a dry heat. It feels like you're in an oven, but I feel like it's tolerable. You don't feel like you're in a sauna. When you're in a sauna and you have that wet heat, it just feels ucky. No, you just feel gross. And it feels so much hotter, and that muggy feeling just like, it just makes breathing feel weird. It just, oh my god, it's like you're breathing water. It just doesn't feel comfortable. But when you're in like a dry heat, it's hot. You can feel it in your lungs, but it's dry, right? And it just doesn't feel like it's baking you as. I mean, it's baking you more. You sweat way more, but it doesn't feel gross. And yeah, like if you're a beach person, if you're an outdoorsy kind of person, when it's warm out, 80 degrees, like, you're out on the trails, you're out at the beach, maybe you're going to the mountains and you're doing some like skiing or something. That's a nice thing about Cali, mate, is you're 1 to 2 hours away from anything you could want to do. You can drive a couple hours and go up to a mountain, and you can go skiing or snowboarding. You can drive 1 or 2 hours another direction and hit a beach. You can go 1 or 2 hours another direction and you can do mountain climbing. All right. You can literally do anything you want to do within 1 or 2 hours of drive time. It's crazy. That's the crazy thing about Cali. You do like the beach? Yeah, I'm not a huge beach fan. Like, I don't mind the beach per se, but there's nothing about the beach that I like. If that makes any sense? Like, I don't really care for the sand. The sand is hot and it's scratchy and it gets in places I don't want it to be. I don't like fish, right? Especially, like, at least on the East Coast, we have what's called red tide. I don't know if Cali has it, but you have red tide and you have dead fish smell during red tide. It's awful. But you got seaweed, you got shells, you got all this stuff that washes up on the shore that's like really sharp, or really disgusting, like the seaweed and stuff is just gross. You got fish that you have to deal with. You got sharks and stingrays and jellyfish, hermit crabs and things that you can step on and hurt yourself. And then you got to deal with the obnoxious people as well. People playing football, people playing, volleyball, people being loud, obnoxious in general. You have people running on the beach. You got inconsiderate assholes. Just all sorts of stuff happening on the beach. It's too much for me. I'd rather not. Yeah, once I explain it, it makes sense. But like, just saying I like the beach, but I dislike the beach. It's like, huh? Like the beach, the idea of the beach is great. Going somewhere where you can sit down, relax, and just kind of take in the sun and the scenery, and you have a breeze of cold air. You have some water to like cool off and relax. Great. Rather do it at a pool. Right? I think the pool is a better option. Sitting poolside is much better. You don't have to deal with the fish, the things inside the water as much, right? Whether it's jellyfish, stingrays, hermit crabs, shells, whatever the fuck else is in there, sharks. But you got the pool. You can walk into the pool, you can cool off, you can get a nice little dip, you can still sit out at the beach, like not on the beach, but you can still sit out, waterside, getting that breeze and suntan and hanging out with friends and family or whatever. Maybe even do a little barbecuing and stuff. You can do everything you want to do at the pool that you can at the beach. Except for see wildlife, basically. So I'd rather just do a pool. And it's mostly just because after 2 years of marine biology, I am terrified of the ocean, of all the things that could fucking kill you. Knowing how close to the shoreline sharks truly get is definitely a massive turnoff for me. I do not want to get eaten by a shark. Oh, Cali does have red tide? Yeah, I figured it was everywhere, but I wasn't sure. Oh yeah, sandcastles is kind of dope. Building things in the sand, digging holes. Making like little moats and things like that. That's pretty cool. And then sometimes like you can find like little, I wouldn't call them inlets more or less, but it's like portions of the beach that have standing water, like standing beach water that comes in with the little tides or from the waves, that they replenish the water that's in these like little divots. And then some of the marine biology ends up in there, starfish, sand dollars, some little hermit crabs and other little like shellfish and stuff. They'll end up in these little like oasis of little pool areas. And you get to like see, the marine stuff that's in those. It's pretty cool. You don't know how to swim? Oh god. You should probably learn that at some point. Even if it's not like traditional like Olympic swimming or professional swimming, you should at least learn how to dog paddle. Bare minimum. Or at absolute bare minimum, learn how to float. If you don't know how to swim, that's fine. If you learn how to float, it's fine. I can't float, personally. Like, no matter how hard I've ever tried to float, I cannot float. I think my body is just too dense to float. I have no idea how people do it. I go into the water, the second I stop, like, kicking my legs or using my arms, I sink. No matter how much air I've intaked and I hold it, like, I take a massive deep breath and I'm holding it, I just sink all the way to the bottom of the pool. It can be a 20-foot pool, I'll sink all the way to the bottom. So learning how to float is probably the best thing you can do, because if you ever get into a situation where you need to swim, it's probably a bad situation. You know, boat capsizing, stuck out in the middle of the ocean, you know, you're somewhere where you're not going to be able to tread water for long periods of time. So you either A, need to find something that you can use to float you, or you need to know how to float with zero energy being expelled.
Would you like a cup of water?
AKA
Thirsty as fuck
laying
right now.
and floating. Thanks for the hydrate. Appreciate it. But yeah, ever since I was a kid, I've not been able to float. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I just can't do it. Like I said, I think floating is probably the best thing to learn how to do. If you can't swim, at least you can float. Because that way, if you get thrown into the water, you can just float to the top. And you can slightly use your hands to move yourself towards the edge. And then you can get out without having to worry about drowning. And you don't have to worry about, you know, treading water to try and get to the edge. And flailing about and like panicking and, you know, accidentally sucking in some water. Definitely think floating is the safest option to learn. I just don't know why I can't do it. I just don't go in the water anymore. Like, I can swim perfectly fine. Just have no need to ever want to swim. We're at 190. Let's go. 192. We're almost there. Yeah, 200 will unlock the first daily craft. And then at 205, we'll unlock the new leather. And then at 250, we unlock the actual daily craft we want. Yeah, like I said, if you can't swim, typically if people can't swim, they never learn how to float. Because they don't want to go in the water, right? They don't go into the water to learn how to float. They go into the water to learn how to swim. And if you can't swim, then you never go into the water to learn to float. I'm just saying, as an adult, it's worth learning how to swim for the pure reason of, if you ever have kids, you want to be able to swim. That's the only reason why I say you should learn how to swim at some point. Because when you become an adult, if you want to have kids, you need to know how to swim, so if they do fall into the water, you can actually save them. Pure and simple. For no other reason other than just to save your child that fell into water. So taking swimming classes is definitely worth it. Oh, I forgot. Do we have skinning outfit? We do. Okay. Should be wearing this. Oh, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. Okay, so we got two pieces. That's fine. Alright. Alright. Now we got some hideous ass gear on. Maybe we can actually get a fucking rabbit split now. $110 croc levels. That's pretty insane, man. Yeah, man, it's just I'm assuming, yeah, I'm gonna have an ad start in like 10 seconds, but yeah. It's one of those things when you have the time and you have the, you know, the means, it's worth learning. It's kind of like riding a bike, right? Once you learn how to do it, you don't need to keep doing it. You just need to know how to do it to start. Like I said, it's something to know as an adult, purely to save someone's life. And then, like I said, you don't need to be an Olympic swimmer. You don't need to be anything crazy. You just need to know how to at least get from point A to point B without drowning. You know what I mean? All it really boils down to. How to dive down, pick something up, and come back up to the surface and keep yourself afloat. That's really all it boils down to. And you should be hitting an ad soon here, so we'll wait for the ad. Finish. I mean, that's fine, honestly. It's easy, but it's fine. That I could probably just explain to you via the internet, honestly. It's really simple. It just takes practice. When you get back from the ad, we can talk about it. Oh, man. Are you not currently in one? Yeah, I want to wait for the ad to finish. It's 2.5 minutes left. I just don't want to start this and then you randomly get hit with an ad and then I gotta like restart kind of thing. So I'll just wait a few minutes for it to be over. You might not get one at all, but you might get hit with one shortly. Sometimes they don't start right away for everybody. Yeah, see, that's what I figured. Oh. Alright, so almost done with this. And we'll call it a night. And then tomorrow we'll finish up weaving. I might put effort into stone making. Well, just to have that done. But that one sucks. Even more sandpaper. Five. Oh, we're almost there. Welcome back. So the only thing I could really tell you when it comes to riding a bike, mate, is obviously practice makes perfect, but the general consensus to riding a bike is it's balance, but it's momentum balance. That's the best thing I can really say is the only way you can ride a bike is you have to be moving. Right? The faster you're actually moving, the easier it is to balance. So the problem people have when they get to riding a bike is they're scared of falling over. They don't pedal, right? So they pedal very slowly, but then they're shaky and they're rocky and they fall over all the time. If you pedal faster, it's easier to balance. Because it's purely the momentum of the bike. It automatically kind of balances itself with speed. That's why when you watch people doing bike races, they're fucking flying at like 40, 50 miles an hour, and you see them, they're like, their knees are touching the ground, how low they're getting, but they don't fall over because the momentum of the gravity holding them to the ground is based off of the speed at which they're traveling, right? So if you ever need to ride a bike, you just need to full send it. So what I recommend whenever I start riding a bike, anytime if I was to go and jump on a bike right now, I don't sit on the bike and then put both my feet on the pedals at the same time and then start pedaling. The problem with that is you're not moving. You're stationary when you take both feet off the ground. So you have to balance before you start moving. And then when you start to move, you're moving very slow, so the balance is very hard. So typically what I do, and this is why when you see the videos of parents teaching kids how to ride, they're holding onto the back of the seat and they're pushing, is to give them some momentum to prevent the wibble wobble from them falling over. The problem with the kids is they don't pedal hard enough and they start to slow down and then they fall over. So once they learn to pedal, or they get more confidence and they start pedaling harder and they start going faster, they stop falling and then they get more confident, and that's how you learn how to ride a bike, right? That's the basics to it. So what I typically do when I first jump on a bike, and if I'm going to start pedaling, I push with my foot that's on the ground. I don't know if that makes any sense. All right, so this isn't just a stupid how to ride a bike video.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte from New Hope.
Right? But like I said, pedal faster, and it just, the momentum kind of carries on with it. So, I'm trying to find, so this, you sit on it and you push. Once you get a little bit of speed going, right? You just push a little bit. Once you get a little speed, then you start to pedal. That's it. So what I'll do is, instead of using both feet, I'll lean to one side with one foot on the ground and one foot on the pedal. And I'll push with one foot really hard. And since I have some momentum going, I pick that foot up, put it on the pedal, and just start pedaling. It's much easier to start riding a bike that way. Purely just because you get some momentum and some movement going into picking your feet up off the ground to start pedaling. So you have that, I don't even know what it's called. It's like momentum balance. I don't even know how, what it would be considered, but you already have momentum going, which gives the bike stability to start pedaling to continue on, right? Yeah, it makes sense. Some parents didn't have the time to teach their kid how to ride a bike. Some kids never learned how to ride a bike because their parents never taught them. But at the end of the day, if there's a bike and you can try it, it's worth learning it, because once you know how to do it, you never lose the skill. And like I said, it's purely a confidence thing. In my opinion, riding a bike is a pure confidence thing. If you have the confidence to go into it and start pedaling right at the start, you're less likely to fall over, because it's literally about sitting upright and balancing on two wheels. Like, the balancing is very easy the faster you go. And that's the problem I've ever seen with people learning how to ride a bike, is the kids are like slow pedaling and they're like barely pedaling at all, and they're moving at like an inch per second, and they're barely moving, so there's no momentum keeping the bike kind of auto balancing. Have you ever seen a bike being shoved by somebody and it rides on its own? Like, I'll show you something really quick. And this is like where I kind of derive some of my proof that the bike auto balances itself depending on how fast you go, right? The faster you go, the easier it is for the bike to balance itself. There's a lot of times you can jump off your bike, and if it's going fast enough, it will continue riding in a straight line, whichever way you pushed it, with nobody sitting on it or balancing it. It just balances itself when you jump off of it, because it has enough momentum and speed that it continues on, right? So this right here, riding a bike without any hands, right? Give us a second. You can ride a bike with no hands, right? If you're going fast enough. Okay, you take your hand off the dam. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can take your hands off, and if you're going fast enough, the bike just balances. I don't know why he keeps touching the handle, but all you have to do is just like lean a little bit, and the bike will turn. See, this is how most people ride with no hands. They sit up, and it like helps with your back. But this is why I mean, like, if you just have the confidence to pedal, you can ride a bike. See what I'm saying? The fact that you don't have to actually hold onto the handlebars to balance the bike and prevent it from falling, the bike does the work for you. So learning how to ride isn't a technical skill, in my opinion. It's a confidence thing. And kids lack the confidence, which is why learning how to ride a bike at a young age is so crucial, because it gives the kid confidence when learning other things, right? Yo, baby, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I didn't see a message when that popped up, but I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Sorry if we're not very interactive today. I'm doing my damnedest, but I don't feel very well today. I'm tired. I'm a little kind of sickish. So, kind of just mellowing out today. We're making good progress though. They have 2 times EXP on refining skills, so we're finally able to finish up a lot of our refining skills to 250. Pretty happy about that. But I would say learning how to swim is more difficult than learning how to ride a bike. Purely because learning how to swim actually requires you to learn how to paddle. Like, use your arms and use your feet to push in the water to create lift. Versus riding a bike is purely just the confidence to pedal. And not to just heavily lean to one side. Try and keep your weight centered and pedal. It's literally all it is. It's very, very, very easy. Like, can I see a video of a ghost riding a bike? So, like, this is.
What are you going to dig for this, big boy?
I like how it's like at the end of the video. We're talking about tattoos and stuff. I want to see you ghost ride the fucking bike. You see what I mean? Like, the fact that the bike is just riding itself is proof in itself. You jump off the bike and the bike just stays upright. And the slower it gets, obviously, the more like, it starts to fall down. Once again, further reinforcing the fact that all it is confidence of pedaling harder. Faster you pedal, harder you pedal, the more upright you stay, the easier it is to ride. Man, have you ever seen BMX people pedal? Those guys are actually kind of wild. It's kind of like professional bike riders. When you watch them pedal, the whole bike wobbles side to side. It's kind of crazy. Because they like, let's say they're pedaling with their right foot, the bike gets leaned to the left while they're pushing down with the right foot. And then when they're pushing with the left foot, the bike swivels to the right. So they're like leaning the bike down opposite of the side they're pedaling on, back and forth. It's crazy. And once again, it's the reason they can do that is because of how fast they're going. The bike leaning that far down doesn't mean it's going to fall, because it has so much momentum gravity pushing it into the, you know, the concrete or the asphalt or whatever it's, you know, riding on. It prevents it from falling because it has that momentum, like forcing its gravity into the ground, changing its center of gravity. Pretty insane. It's pretty cool. That's like how I ride a bike. Whenever I'm riding fast, I swivel the bike side to side while I'm like pedaling hard. And then if I'm being lazy, I just take my hands off and I just pedal while sitting upright. Just easy. It saves a lot of like, because the problem with riding a bike, in my opinion, is obviously depending on how you set up like the height of like your bars and your seat and your pedals and stuff. Depending on like all of that stuff, most of the time you have to lean forward to ride a bike. Which, if you're leaning forward, it's not great posture. So it does hurt your back pedaling or for riding a bike for too much. So you got to be careful with that. Which is why like riding with no hands is kind of nice, because you can keep your like good posture, sitting straight up and down with good posture while still riding the bike, but you're not holding onto the handles while you're doing that. That's the downside. Oh man, oh man. We're almost done with this. I'm expecting to be done with this in the next 20-30 minutes, I think. Is there anybody in particular you want me to raid over to when I'm done, mate? I'll let you pick. As long as they're not streaming music, I'll raid over to somebody. Because the other day when I raided the guy playing New World, he was playing music and I had to actually go into my VODs and I had to clip out the fucking audio because it was giving me a copyright warning. So fucking annoying. As long as they're not blasting like DMCA music, I'll go and raid them. So you have someone to go and watch and you don't have to change channels. Invaders? Yeah, Invaders is live in the next 30 minutes. Just when we finish this, we can do that. I know there's a few Eidolon streamers that stream around this time period, but not every day. Ooh. Right now? Alright. Like I said, we're almost done. I have a feeling we're going to have to do a little bit more Ironhide to finish this up. But once we hit 200, getting to 205 shouldn't be hard. And then hitting 250 shouldn't be much harder past that, because we'll have so much stockpiled Ironhide, infused hide, whatever. We should be able to make a whole bunch of the highest tier Ironhide, or in whatever it is, Darkhide. Leather. We should have hit 250 really quick. It's just getting to 205 to be able to craft it. Just like what happened with the woodworking. Once we hit 205, we hit 245 on our first craft. Ah. Yeah, I don't know his stream times. So, like I said, if he's still alive in the next 30 minutes when we're done, we'll toss him a raid. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't normally raid people because I don't like. I used to raid Llama because I liked Llama, right? I thought he was a good content creator. He was always live after me. He was always an easy person to raid. I don't really know a lot of people that stream at that time period of when I get off that I like. That's not already a big streamer, right? I'm not gonna go and raid my 10 people into a 50 or 100 man freaking stream and just kind of feel like I'm selling out. Like if I'm raiding into somebody that's like 25, 30 people, that's fine. Ooh, we hit 200. Let's go. Let me do this runic leather. We only have 8, which kind of sucks. So craft it. We're gonna need to get a few more of these. So scarred hide. Hopefully we can get some of that when we go and farm. Do this. All right, we're gonna hit 205 real soon. We hit 203. Hold on, let's check something really quick. Wait, what don't you understand? Well, this does use. Oh wait, I can use dark iron. So I've been using. Okay, so we're out of iron hide. Yeah, I know he plays Eidolon. Alright, so we need a little iron. So we're gonna do one more of this. Then we'll go teleport to the iron hide. We'll get some iron hide. And then we're gonna probably need some dark hide, which is easy. We can farm that if we need to. But once we get back from that, we should hit a huge spike. We'll hit 205. Oh, this game. Oh. So the increments of crafting in this game is somewhat like Eidolon, right? So you know how in Eidolon you can make regular bullets, which those bullets get converted into like better bullets and then even better bullets, right? Something like the armors where you start with copper and then go to gold and then, you know, platinum and so on and so forth. It's the same thing with the refining materials. So like I start off with like the raw tier 1 and then I convert it into tier 2 and then that tier 2 into tier 3 and tier 3 into tier 4. But you need more of the prerequisite than you do of the current. So for example, I need 4 rawhide to make 1 tier 2 leather, right? And then I need 4 tier 2 leathers plus the tier 2 hide, like 6 tier 2 hides, to make a tier 3. And copy and pasta your way down the list, right? So I need the raw material of the next grade plus the prerequisite, you know, grade. So basically what it ends up boiling down to is you need roughly 2 to 4 times of the prerequisite hide plus the current leather or current hide that you need to make the current thing, right? So it's a little complicated. It's easier when I show it to you. But you need to hit a certain level to unlock the next tier. So at level 0 you can make tier 1, at level 50 you can make tier 2, at 100 you can make tier 3, at 150 you can make tier 4, and like at 100 or at 205 you can make the last tier, right? But the EXP increases per tier you unlock, so on and so forth. So since I've already been farming the low tier stuff to level up, I have a whole bunch of tier 4 hides that I've been crafting to get to 205. So I have a bunch stockpiled. So once I hit 205, which is in 2 levels, I will already have a bunch of tier 4 hides that I can use to convert into tier 5, which means I have a stockpile of EXP ready to go once I hit 205. That's all I was saying. Right? It's like you're stuck in World 4 and you have a stockpile of resources that you can use, but you have to get to World 5 unlocked first, right? From like an Eidolon perspective. Right? kind of like the same thing. Once you unlock the next world, you have all this extra resources that you can convert up, and you can get a whole ton of EXP for it. That's basically where I'm at. So once I do this route, I'll be able to convert all of this to tier 4 hide, and then I'll hit 205, and I can turn all that tier 4 that I've made into tier 5, and I'll be bam, 250 instantly. Yep, it's all good. Like I said, I'll show you. When we go back to base, it'll make a lot of sense, because me just explaining it makes no sense. Some people are visual learners. Some people are audio learners. Some people are hybrids. Some people, they can see it, and everybody has a form of it, mate. Don't worry about it. I have some. Everybody has some. Some people have more than others. It's not a big deal. Like I said, everybody learns differently. And at the end of the day, like, if you're a visual learner, you learn by seeing it. And some people, they don't learn by seeing or hearing. They learn by doing, right? So I can show it to you 100 times, and you can go into the game and look at it and still not have an idea. But the second you click the buttons yourself and you see everything happening in real time when you click the buttons, it clicks. Everybody learns differently. That's why whenever I teach something to somebody, I do my damnedest to explain it 10 different ways, show it a handful of different ways, and if I can, I let them do it with me watching, so I can explain what they could do better or worse, right? What they're doing wrong. So, for example, when it comes to my job, I teach the fellow night people. So anytime we get a new night guy in, we haven't got a new one in a while, but when we were getting new night people because we were replacing them because they were bad, I was the guy that had to teach them. So I would let them watch me work for a day, right? I would show them everything I do, how I do them, what I save, how I save it, you know, so they can take notes. The next day I throw them in the deep end, and I'm in this passenger seat watching them work and letting them sink or swim, right? So it's one of those, I explain everything, I show you how to do everything. So it's like audio learning, visual learning, and then the next day is practical application and personal, like, application yourself. This way I can see what you're doing, what you retained, what you learned, see your notes, see how you access them. I can see what you lacked in your notes, what you know, whatever. Let you ask questions. And if I see that you're not asking a question or you're doing something incorrectly, I can chime in and give information based off of that. That's how I teach people. That's how I've always taught people. I taught people that way in the military. I teach people that way nowadays. Because like I said, everybody learns differently. And some learn faster and slower than others, but I do my damnedest to teach all 3 methods when I can. And I know as a streamer, I can't really do the practical one because I can't have you guys do it. It's not like, unless I go into a Discord call and you're sharing a screen and I'm seeing what you're doing and I'm explaining it to you, I can't watch you do it to tell you what you're doing wrong. I can only visually show you multiple times and go off of what you're telling me. All right. So I kind of didn't explain it, but I'll go through it right now. I hit 205. Okay. So this is the first one, right? This is how you make your first leather, right? Tier 2 leather. So you take a tier 1 material, the raw hide, takes 4 of them. So you get 4 raw hides and you turn that into 1 coarse leather. You have a chance to proc additionals, so it helps. But you make coarse leather. Now, to make the tier, because that makes tier 2 hide, right? There's no tier 1 hide. Tier 1 leather goes to tier 2 hide, and then it scales up from that. So you make the tier 2 hide, then you use the tier 2 hide. You need 4 of those, which means you need to do 4 of these crafts at 16 hide to be able to craft 1 tier 3 leather, right? So you need a bunch of course, the tier 2 hides to make it, plus this, which comes out of something else, right? So you farm 16 of this to make 1 of this. Then the next one, it takes 2 of the tier 3, which means you need 36 raw hide to make enough leather to make a, you know, to have the leather for the tier 4. But then you need the, you know, this hide to go with it. So you need the tier 4 hide. You got to go kill another mob to get this hide, combo with the previous leather to make the tier 4. So not only do you need 36 raw hides to make this, but you need 6 thick hides to combo with it. And then it daisy chains even further. So then you need 2 of the tier 4s, which means you need 72 rawhide plus 12 thick hide to make this, and then you need the hide for this one, right? And then when you get to the next one, which is the one we just unlocked at 205, it takes 2 of these, which means you need like 150 rawhide and like 32 of the thick hide plus like 18 or 16 of these to make 1 of these. Right, just to have 2 of these, and then you need 16 of these, and you can make these. But they give a lot more XP. The daisy chain their way up. I went from 206 to 223. We have enough infused leather from all the ones we made before, so now we just need to go get dark hide, and then we could probably hit 250. But you see how I had a lot of infused, and the infused, like I said, came from me leveling up to 205. Because I was constantly making that infused leather every time, getting EXP, so I had a stockpile of it going into 205. That's the gist of it. It's really simple. And that's how all the professions work in the game. Come here. Thank you. Alright. So we had 200 and something infused. So we need, I think it's at 12 each, or was it 16 each? So if we do 1600 hide, we should be good. We're getting a lot each, so shouldn't take very long. Oh, it stopped. No, that's what I'm saying though, mate. Like, diagnosed or not, like, I don't take a diagnosis like that. Like, I take it with a grain of salt, right? Because every single person in the world, diagnosed or not, has some form of learning disability. It's right. Not everybody learns the same way, and I count that as a disability. Right. At the same time, not everybody's good at every subject, right? Some people are good at math, some people are good at reading, some people are good at science, some people suck at all of them, right? Some people learn in different ways than other people. Some are visual learners, some are audio learners, some are practical learners. So in my opinion, every single person has some form of it. And that's why, like, I don't really see it as a disability. I don't see it as a good or a bad thing. Like, it's just nature. Just how it is. Just how people are. I don't really think it needs to be anything more than it's not a disability in any way, shape, or form. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a little bit more advanced forms of it, you know, like specific forms that have their own specific names, like Asperger's and stuff like that, which are more advanced forms of it. But at the end of the day, like I said, everybody has some form of it, in my personal opinion. So who the fuck cares? Only thing you need to understand, in my opinion, is how you learn. If you can understand the way you learn best, and that's how you focus on learning things, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you have a learning disability. It doesn't matter if you have social instability problems, or, you know, anything like that. Whatever else comes with your diagnosis, I don't think it needs to be a thing. But that's just me personally. Like, it's the way I look at the world, right? Like, I might seem normal, but, you know, I have my own problems. I have my own quirks. I've never been diagnosed with any disabilities or anything, but I guarantee you I have some. Whether they have a term or a name for them is, you know, regardless, you know, besides the point. I just think people rely too heavily on scientifically or doctor diagnoses of specific reasons why they can and can't do things. They use them as reasons why they can't be, why they're not normal, right? Reasons why I can't ever do this is because of this, right? I have ADHD, so I can't sit still. I have ADD, so I can't focus, right? It's that type of mentality that I don't like. It's just because you have a quote unquote doctor telling you have some sort of disability, you're putting limitations on yourself. And I don't like that. You shouldn't limit yourself purely because someone says that you have a disability, or just because you have troubles learning something a specific way, or you have troubles communicating with people, or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that some of that isn't 100% true. Some people have problems vocalizing, like they can't speak. Like they can, but they don't know how, right? They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to, I don't know the word I'm looking for, express like their emotion or what they're trying to explain. Some people have social, you know, disabilities and stuff like that. And those things are real. Not saying they're not real. I'm just saying just because you have one of these doesn't mean you can't do what everybody else does. It just, you have to figure out how it works for you and how to make it, you know, your own thing. And once you can own that and you can learn that, the world's your oyster. Right? It's just like blind people still live a normal life. Deaf people still live a normal life. You know, mute people still live a normal life. Articulate. Yeah. I think that's a good word for it. Yeah, because like if you're talking to somebody that is a non-vocal, right? Not that they're mute, but you know what I mean? They have some sort of a learning disability or some sort of disability in general that prevents them from being able to communicate their thoughts into words. It can be a problem, right? But once they learn how to overcome it, then they don't have any other boundaries holding them back. It's purely finding a way to circumvent your pitfalls in a way. You guys are going to be in an ad, so I'm going to wait a few minutes before we continue talking. It's easier said than done, I will agree, but if you can hash it out, it'll help you so much in the long run. All right, so we should be able to hit 250 here, and then after this ad, we'll do a little raid. Oh man, getting really hot and uncomfortable. Like not like hot. I'm not like sweating. It's just my head feels hot. Hey, I'm 250 in a dream. All right. So I wish I got more scarred hide, but I'm not really worried about focusing on my daily crafts right now. I'll just craft a couple of them so we have them. So we finished what we wanted to finish. Not in one at the moment. Yeah, it's got a minute and a half left. I'll wait for that to finish. But yeah, mate. So like, take me for example. I'm not an audio learner in any way. I do not learn by people just rambling off information to me. I have to see it and I have to do it. How many playing? Specifically on Steam right this moment. About 400, which is what it normally is most nights. But this doesn't consider consoles. Which I did hear, I did see a message in game a couple weeks ago that the games were getting removed from like the PlayStation Store and stuff. So the player base will be like a lot less. But like I said, we don't know how many people are playing on consoles. So this number could be more in the 2000s, right? So even if we go to like New World Steam charts, right? I like using this website when I'm checking it. The steamcharts.com. Maybe. Server loads. Yeah. So they removed it on the 1st, I think. And I think, yeah, so it peaked to about 1,000, and then it's been in the 400s. But in the last 30 days, which is what, middle of January? So I mean, this should go down a little bit more. But averaging about 800 players. And this is like the average is like the consensus, right? It's seeing like the low count of concurrent users to the high count, and it's taking the average, but it doesn't take into consideration of how many people are logging in on a daily basis, right? This is the average player count at any given time, but it's not the total amount of players playing in a given time, because one person logs out, another person logs in, you still have the same amount of users, but it's another person playing. So it's not taking into consideration how many total people play. It's just taking into consideration of how many people are on at any given time during peaks and valleys, right? Yeah, the raids are becoming a troublesome thing. I personally don't care about combat, so I'm not going to get into any of the raids. I'm just finishing up my Ironman playthrough of completing all my professions. I'm going to finish level 20 of all these. I'm going to finish all of my trade skills to max, and then I'm basically just, once I have those 2 things done, I'm going to try and get ultimate trophies for combat and gathering. I'm not going to worry about crafting professions because those are never going to happen. And then I'm going to do my damnedest to try to make like max gear score tools and bags. And then once I complete that, I think I'll be pretty happy with my Ironman completion. I don't really care going forward. And then we'll be switching games. I'm most likely going to be switching to Quinfall. So there is that. But we are going to call it. I'm a little sick today, so I'm getting off a little earlier than I normally do. So we're going to go raid an Eidolon streamer. Yeah, you're always gonna find the same group of people because it's the same time slot, it's the same day, right? And it's the same group of people that have the same gear that are actually able to do it. There's a lot of people that probably want to do the raids, but they're not geared enough to do it or confident enough to jump into it. And it doesn't help that a lot of people that are putting the raids together, they're like, oh, in order to come to the raid, you got to link your gear, you got to link the achievement that you've completed it, you got to, suck on my toes and come to my Twitch stream and sub to me and donate $500. It's like there's so many prerequisites that people require you to give in order to join the group. It's ridiculous. It's the same problem I have with like pug groups and World of Warcraft and other MMOs, that they're like, oh, putting together group, 5 out of 20, link achievement of completion and gear, and then we'll talk about if you're good enough to join us, kind of thing. And it's just like, that's kind of asinine to me, because if someone's looking to join the group, that means they need to get it done. And just because they don't have the achievement doesn't mean they don't know what they're doing. Doesn't mean they haven't learned it. Doesn't mean they haven't watched the videos on it. Doesn't mean that they're not a good player. It just means they haven't finished it. So like, you can at least give them the time of the day to try it. If they suck, they suck. Kick them out. But they could be good. Yeah, I mean, like, so general information is fine, right? You need to know what their build is. Okay, you're playing Rapier Fire Stat. Okay, thanks. Thanks for telling me. Okay. And then at that point, it's like, okay, do you at least have 700 gear score? Or whatever it is, the minimum to even do damage in the raid? Okay, you have the minimum gear score. We're good there. It's like certain check boxes have to be met before you should be able to go into the raid. I agree. But you shouldn't need like 800 gear score, best in slot gear with best in slot perks, right? With the most meta weapon combo in the game, with all your trophies, all your potions, all your buffs and benefits. It's like, do you have everything you could possibly ever need to be min-maxed to the fullest? You don't, you can't come. That's the problem I have with a lot of these people's checklists when it comes to other games and stuff, is they don't allow for any leeway for new players to get into the scene, right? Yeah, I mean, weapons for sure, because the higher the gear score on the weapon, the more damage you output. But I'm not going to turn someone away at like a 780 or a 775 if they're new and I need to fill a slot, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, now, if there's two people that are applying, one person stronger than the other, then yeah, take the stronger person, better odds of winning. But at the end of the day, just because someone has good gear or good, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is, like, just because somebody has the ideal stuff doesn't mean they know how to play the game. It's very easy to go onto the fucking trades, the trader, buy an 800 gear score weapon and be like, hey, look, I have 800 gear score weapon, take me. And then they go in there and they're dead on the floor in 5.5 seconds, right? Like, skill, in my opinion, means more than how good your gear is. You could have the worst perks, the worst gear, minimal amount of gear score, but if you know how to play the game and stay alive and do mechanics, I'd take you over the other guy any day. Even if that guy already has the completion for completing the raid, it doesn't mean he knows what he's doing. It just means that he was in a group that was able to complete it. He could have been carried. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It doesn't matter. Like, we talk about it all the time. DPS doesn't really mean much to me because you could be the highest DPS in the entire dungeon, in the entire boss fight. But if you're dead on the floor after you did your massive burst, let's say you pulled like a 1 million burst DPS, but you died 5 seconds into the fight, you might have did, 5 million damage in those 5 seconds you were alive. But the guy that was alive for the 5-minute fight might have done 500 million, right? Like, I'd rather have someone alive for the full fight that's going to continuously do damage through the whole fight than is just going to blow their wad in the first 5 seconds of the fight and be dead because they didn't move out of the way of the fire or something. And that's another thing too. I want to say Assling for some reason. I'm just going to call you Six because I'm so bad with names. Is whenever I run mutants back in the day, I didn't care if people had never run them before. I didn't care how good or bad they were. I didn't care about their build. All that mattered was if you vocalized and were willing to listen, that's all that mattered. I can teach anybody that's willing to listen, right? I can't tell you how many mutants I would go into. No one would say anything, right? We would jump in, no one would say a word. We'd pull something. Someone would do something fucking stupid, wipe the whole group. I'm like, yo, why did we pull that? Like, oh, sorry, I've never been here before. I was like, oh, you haven't been here before. You should have just said something. I could explain things before it happens so we don't have these wipes. And then they don't say anything. And then we get to the next thing. I was like, hey, do you know what you're doing? They don't say anything. We go into a boss room. I was like, hey, do you want me to explain this? They don't say anything. They die in 1.5 seconds. We wipe 15 times on a boss. They still don't say anything. They're not taking any I see them doing something wrong. I tell them, hey, don't stand in this. Hey, whenever he does this, make sure you do this. I try and give them information. They still fuck up. They still fail. They still don't say anything. They still don't reply. And that's where I'm like, all right, you're just not willing to learn, right? And then you have other people that we get into a dungeon, and then the first thing they say is, hey, I've never been here before. If there's anything I need to know, let me know. I'm like, all right, cool. So I let them know when there's things to know and give them a little, like the cliff notes basically, and they follow what I say to the letter, and we clear it. And I have no problems teaching that person. It's just like some people are just brick fucking walls. They don't know how to listen. They don't care about anybody but themselves. And they think they're fucking gods and they're going to get carried through everything because they're just a fucking god. I have the best in slot meta build. I'm God. Just take me. Oh my god. I pulled. They're chasing. Oh my god. I can't tell you how many times bad things have happened and we've somehow managed to survive. Versus we do a pull. Some guy pulls something he's not supposed to. Doesn't say anything. We're doing our thing, and we get clobbered from a fucking 100 mobs from another room because we're not prepared for it, and we die. Versus, we're fighting something, some guy pulls 15 mobs, and he's screaming his head off like he's fucking getting chased by a fucking lion. We turn around, and we see 100 mobs running at us, and then we're able to, like, make it work. Vocalization is key, man. You gotta pre-warn people. You gotta get people the information so they can do with it as they need. It's just crazy. Oh, man. But yeah, like I said, I'm almost done with this game. Like I said, I would like to get the raids done. But the problem is like I refuse to gear myself. Like this is my gear. Like you're gonna laugh at my gear. I haven't tried to gain gear. I did cave for like an hour one day. I couldn't look at the gear anymore and like pick gear up. I haven't tried to gear my character up. I haven't tried to get any items. This is just what I organically picked up from just doing some chest runs and, you know, tinkering around with some of my grinds. Is I basically just have sacrificial and immortal aggression on like some pretty dog shit ass pieces. And that's about it. So we have like 730, 740 gear, 700 gear. The shield is just there because I like the aesthetics of it. My jewelry, as you can tell, yet nothing. They're literally 300 gear score pieces. And then we have like 700. So once I replace these, my gear score will go up above 700. But I haven't leveled anything up. I haven't added anything. I haven't done fucking anything. Yeah, I did cave farm for a while. The problem with it is it takes so much brain power. It's like, oh, well, this item has rogue, it has leeching cyclone, so that means it has like an offensive slot and a weapon perk slot. And then it's got crippling tether, which I think is another weapon slot, and then it has a gem slot and sacrificial and power. That can be useful depending on the other 5 pieces I pick up, right? Because the other 5 pieces need more offensive slots that I'm missing, and maybe some defensive slots, but maybe I don't need as many weapon perk slots because this one has 2, right? It's just like you have to hold on to so many pieces of gear so you can combo the different weapon slots or the, you know, the different changeable slots, so it combos to a proportion that you need. Like how many total offensive slots do you need? How many total defensive slots do you need? How many total weapon slots do you need? Like you have to figure that out, and then you have to combo your build, your equipment and your weapons all to match that min-maxed perk combination you need. And it's just too much effort. I can't take the game serious enough to do that. This is why I haven't done it. I personally don't care about the combat all that much in this game. For an Ironman progression, yes, completing the raids would be on that checklist, but I think I'm just going to say fuck that, because the checklist to me isn't so much 100%ing the game as it is completing everything that I've wanted to complete up until this day. So when the game goes away, I don't have that feeling of, oh, I never got to complete this, having some regrets that I never got to do something, right? Valhalla. And at the same time, I don't want to be a ranged player. I want to be a melee brawler, right? I typically switch my weapons based off of what they're weak to. So when I'm fighting against like Angry Earth, I go with like a hatchet or sword and board. I prefer sword and board, but I stopped doing that. When I'm fighting against like Ancients or Lost, I use my Warhammer, heavy attack spamming. I need to get the Mjolnir, but I haven't gotten around to that yet. And then whenever I'm fighting like Corrupted or Beast, I like to use my spear, right? But there are certain fights that I do run the bow because it's better just to be ranged. AKA the last boss in the Forge, I'd rather use my bow and stand at range to have to deal with all the mechanics than to be point blank on that boss and having to deal with all the mechanics at the same time. You want to be melee in raids anyway? Interesting. I mean, I used to watch Arrow, one of the best bow players in the fucking game, before he quit. He would do raids as a bow player, and he was wild with it. But he had some insane aim. But yeah, like I might do raids before we call this quits. But like I said, my kind of go-to, I'll feel confident in quitting the game and not feel like I missed out on anything, as long as I can get max gear score bags, tools, all of my trade skills to max, and I can craft the ultimate trophies for combat and gathering. I think I'll be happy and be like, all right, this game can be considered being done. All right, I don't feel like I need to do raids to feel like I've done everything in the game. The only thing I won't be able to do, which I wish I could do, is 300 territory standing in every territory is impossible for me being an Ironman to complete the amount of time I have left. It's just not possible. The amount of EXP you need to actually hit 300 is ridiculous. Yeah, every week more people are going to quit that are raid viable, or there's going to be less people wanting to run it every week because they've already run it a bunch and they don't need anything out of it, right? So yeah, every week is going to be harder and harder to get people, especially since there's no more people coming into the game since they removed it from Steam Store. So at a certain point, you won't be able to run it because there just won't be enough people. With the added caveat that there are some streamers that I do know that are they have a plan to come back to New World right before it turns off. So they're gonna give it one last hurrah playthrough, right like a month or two before the games go offline. Yeah, and that's the thing. Some people only show up to do the raids once a week. Like I said, there's some people that do that, and there's some people that don't want to play the game, period. Or they're just bored of doing raids, or they're just bored of logging in every day. But like I said, I don't know if you've seen it. Just went 1.06. Have you seen Quinfall? The new game that just went 1.0? I think this is going to be my new game. Once I feel like I've 100%ed everything I want to do in Ironman, I think I'm going to switch to this game and do Ironman. Yeah, I'm going to in a minute here, mate. I'll get off in like 5-10 minutes. I just wanted to have a conversation with the new person. Yeah. So I'll give you the quick TLDR of this game. No, you're fine, you're fine. I just don't feel well, so I was gonna get off a little early. I normally stream till 5 a.m., which it's 3:20 right now. But I was gonna get off a little early just so I can go and lay down, eat some food, rest. I don't feel terrible, but I do need more rest than I normally would because I feel drained. Just feel like I'm lacking energy. I'm a little hot because I probably have a slight fever and stuff. So it's not that I feel terribly dead, but I love talking about games and I will sit here for hours talking and not realize it. But the generalistic thing of this game is it has everything that Ashes of Creation had to offer, but the combat and movement is a little jankier because it hasn't been polished and smoothed out and refined. So it has a long way to go. It's not technically ready for 1.0, but in the next 6 to 12 months, this game should be like, if they continue progressing it and polishing it, for the next 6 to 12 months, this game will probably overtake some of the high-end MMOs. It has way too much to offer. It has way too much to do in the game. But it's a true Korean-based game when it comes to grinding. The grind in this game is ridiculous. Yeah, this looks more like BDO graphics, but it has everything AOC has to offer. So it has trade crates that you can run. So you can have you can run crates from one city to the other. It has open world PvP, but it's one server with channels. So you have PvE channels and PvP channels. So if you want a PvP, you go to the PvP channel. If you want a PvE, you go to the PvE channels, right? And then you got open world house building. So you can build houses. So you can place down an altar, you can build your house. You have to pay resources to maintain your altar so you can maintain your house. So if you go away for a month, you're going to lose your house, right? So somebody has to pay for it to keep it operational so you don't lose it. The people that quit the game, they'll eventually lose their house, so slots will open back up. They have guilds. They have castle sieges for PvP. They have island fighting for PvP. They have open world boats and naval warfare. So you can build on boats. So you can build crafting materials, storage containers. You can swim, go into the ocean. You can fight turtles and whales and krakens and bosses and stuff in the open ocean. You can PvP in the open ocean. You can craft your own cannons. And then you have kind of like Rust style base building where you could defend yourself in PvP, or so you can have turrets auto attacking people while you're fighting and stuff like that. The amount of grind is actually wild, but you can tame animals like butterflies and rabbits and a whole slew of other things for pets to help you combat, and you have to feed them and stuff. You can also do horse breeding and things like that, so you can breed different types of horses. You can get like elephants as mounts, and so there's a whole slew of different mounts you can do. There's a whole bunch of professions, and like I said, the EXP grind for professions is really, really, really hard. It takes a long time. It's like BDO EXP gains. If you've ever played BDO, it's like BDO EXP gains, so the grind is absolutely real. But the one nice thing about this game is doing content in the game, you can earn tokens that can be converted into premium currency. So you can buy backpack upgrades, you can buy carry weight increasements, you can purchase monthly buffs that you can either swipe your credit card for monthly buffs, or you can, like I said, you can buy them with things. You have daily login rewards. The enhancing system can suck a dick. It's much harsher than, I want to say, BDO's enhancing. But that's a story for another day. But they have dungeons, they have raids, they have open world PvP, they have base raiding for PvP zoned areas. They have like 30 stupid professions or something like that. Supposedly all the in-game gear is all character created. So you have to create the best in slot gear, supposedly. Don't know how true that really is. The world is absolutely massive. There's auto pathing for mounting. There's some fast travels incorporated into it as well. There's dynamic weather. There's dynamic lighting. Like there's dynamic zones as well with the like the weather and stuff like that. Is all changeable, and like going from one zone to the other, where it's like you're in the mountains where it's cold, and then you go down into like some deserts, and there's rainy areas and swampy areas and things like that. There's safe towns. There's everywhere. And then the class system is weapon based, just like New World, right? So you basically put on a weapon and you change what build you are. So you go from a ranged player to a melee player, you go from a tank to a healer, whatever. But you have to level up those weapons with what's called books, which is similar to Throne and Liberty. So you farm these books to level up the abilities and the classes inside the weapons to then, maximize that build. And then obviously you have a weight system for your armors. You have light, medium, and heavy. So each one of them, just like New World, has its own pros and cons. They've kind of hodgepodged most games into one game. Yeah, that was a giant worm world boss. Like I said, they've kind of hodgepodged most mechanics from most games into a single game, which is crazy. And supposedly for open world PvP, dying doesn't hinder you. You don't lose EXP, you don't lose items or gear or anything like that. I don't know what the positive or the reason for open world PvPing is. I don't know what you gain from doing it, but there is that. Oh, they definitely are very ambitious and have taken on a lot, and they seem to have delivered on every front so far. Like I said, take the mixed reviews with a grain of salt, because most of these reviews are people saying it's pay to win because you can swipe your credit card to buy an item that when you... Okay, so let me add this caveat in there. People are saying it's pay to win because there's 3 different buffs that you can acquire in the game that you have to pay for with premium currency, which, like I said, you can farm premium currency in the game. And these buffs give you bag space, carry weight, and EXP rates. That's it. That's all these buffs give you. So there's no power increasement from that. They also say that there's the horse training is pay to win because you can buy a horse training coin that speeds up how fast you can breed horses. So instead of it taking 12 hours, it might take an hour, or it might be instant. Once again, my opinion, not pay to win. Doesn't give you more power. It just gives you the ability to breed horses faster to get a good horse to sell or something. So maybe some RMT action in theory. You spend real money to get in-game currency indirectly. Okay, sure, maybe. And then there's one last item. It's called Terra. And it's basically whenever you upgrade an item, if you fail the upgrade, the item gets destroyed and you have to start all back over. Yeah, saving time isn't pay to win. It's pay for convenience or for accelerated progression, but it's not a win. It's not a win condition, right? That's the way I look at it. But it is like people do consider it under the umbrella of pay to win, because if you swipe your credit card and you get to the end game faster, that means you have more power over me because you're a higher level with higher level gear before I got to it, and now you're gatekeeping me getting to that. And it's just, there's a whole methodology to why people call it pay to win when it's, in theory, in my opinion, not. But if you fail an upgrade on an item, it destroys it. So what happens with this Terra item is if you fail, it consumes the Terra item, but the item doesn't get destroyed. So the Terra item instead gets destroyed. So it saves your item from being destroyed. So people are considering that pay to win because the upgrade system is horrendous. I think what someone said is the odds of you upgrading an item to max level is a 1 in 175 million chance. So that's ridiculous to get a max gear score item, right? But those Terra items, you can only buy so many of them every single week. So even if you were a whale and you bought as many as you could every single week, you still have to attempt on average 175 million times to get a max gear score item. So I don't care how much of a whale you are, since there is a limit to how many you can obtain per week. It's not pay to win. No game is ever perfect at launch, 6. Never. World of Warcraft wasn't perfect. RuneScape wasn't perfect. Final Fantasy 14 was so imperfect they deleted it and started over. Guild Wars 2 wasn't perfect. ESO wasn't perfect. None of these games are ever perfect on launch, but nowadays they're so good because of all the time they've had to cook and all the polishments and increments that they've added over the years. Yes, it's lacking content. Yes, it's lacking things to do. Yes, it's lacking polish and quality of life, but that's to be expected from a brand new game. But like I said, you go through these reviews and these people are basically saying that it's a copy and pasta from Black Desert Online, the combat's just not as good, or the EXP ratios are horrendous and it takes you way too long to level unless you're doing double XP weekends or you're paying real money for buffs. That's literally every downvote. It's either they say it's pay to win because you could buy that Terra item or those EXP buffs, or that the EXP grind is too horrible. It takes too long to grind your levels. Yeah, I think this season put New World in the best position it's ever been in, and then they killed it. I was so upset by this. Like, I don't understand the methodology and the business standpoint you have to literally put all this time investment into a new expansion and all this effort and all this money and resources into something as good as what they gave us, give it to us for free, make the previous one free, and then a week, 2 later, kill the game. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, exactly. If you want a game that has 20 years worth of content, wait 20 years to play the game, right? Like, that's my problem. If you, like, the problem is most people compare new games to the old veteran games. They play a game, they're like, oh, I finished everything it has to offer in 48 hours. So, bad game, nothing to do. I'm just going to go play WoW. At least I have stuff to do. Or, oh, it doesn't have as much content as RuneScape does. Or, oh, well, Final Fantasy 14 has so many more raids. There's so many more dungeons. There's so much more to do. It's like, yeah, they're 20 years old. Of course they have more to do. They've been adding content for 20 fucking years. You expect a game that has had less time of existence than these games have had of full release to have the same amount of content that they've had? Bro, it takes so long just to conceptualize a thought put it onto paper, and then actually create it in the game, then, you know what I mean? Like, it takes them 10 years to do something like that. That doesn't even account for them to add content. That's just them coming up with an idea and conceptualizing a map, artistic, you know, things, building stuff to get, like, putting the mechanisms in place. It takes 10 to 15 years to make just the bare bones of a game, let alone to add content to it. Yeah, and that's the thing is, well, I've heard some bad things about the devs for the game. Is if you criticize the game and say something negative about it, supposedly you get banned out of the Discord. So you can't even give them criticism, supposedly. Supposedly they're very hypercritical about that. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, and I feel like this game is about 6 months out from being ready as well. But the way I look at it is, it was in early access for the last year or so. And I think they just went 1.0, because the way I look at it is, people overuse the term early access. In my opinion, early access is alphas and betas. It's meant to be used as a temporary stopgap for testing the game before you release it into 1.0, right? That's what I think early access is supposed to be used for. And companies are overusing it now, and it pisses me off. But I think what companies are doing is they're using early access to get people into the game and saying, hey, it's currently in early access, which means it's subject to change, it's fluid, we might revamp things and go in a different direction, so on and so forth. But I feel like the difference between early access and 1.0 is literally just a switch being flipped, saying, hey, we are set in the direction we are going with this game, and it is not changing. Like, the path forward is set in stone, and it's paved already. We're just adding to it. I think that is literally the difference between early access nowadays and 1.0. Because if you look at any game that goes from early access to 1.0 from Sunday into Monday, there is almost no difference in the 2 days. It's the same game, just with a patch release. But usually that patch release comes with some quality of life, some bug fixes, and maybe in addition to like one of the, like in addition to the game, like a new raid or a new dungeon or a new zone or something. Like, they usually add something. But other than that, there's no difference. So I feel like postponing a game is fine, depending on what you're doing. Are you going to postpone it just to put it into early access? Or are you postponing it to put it into full 1.0 release? If you're postponing it for 1.0 release, I'm fine with that. But if you're postponing it just to still put it into early access, I think that's just redundant. Exactly. Back in the day, it was, hey, I'm gonna pay for the deluxe package to have 5 days early access to the game before it's fully launched, right? Or, you know, hey, I'm pre-ordering the game so I get to play the alphas and the betas before the game comes out, and that kind of stuff. Now it's, hey guys, we're gonna release the game in early access, and it's gonna stay in early access for the next 2 years. Nothing is going to change between early access and non-early access. The servers aren't going to get wiped. Nothing's going to get reset. It's just going to be, you're just playing it until we decide to put the 1.0 tag on it. It's really stupid. I don't like the way people are abusing early access tag nowadays. Like I said, in my opinion, early access is not the game. It is what you play before you release the game, and all the content should be wiped. All the data, all the characters, everything you've accomplished should be wiped and started over when 1.0 releases. That's how I think it should be, and it should only be used for a short term. It's for testing purposes. Early access is purely for testing the game pre and advance. Now, I don't have a problem with people paying an extra $10, $15, $20 to get pre-access to the release date, like up to a week before the release date, where they get to play it in its 1.0 state before they go live. I don't have a problem with that. And yeah, I don't mind if it's less sucky or more sucky. I just want to play the game, or at least experience the game, to see if I like it. Because I can look past faults. I can look past problems and lack of content and things like that, and see kind of into the future of where the game is going. As long as I can see a clear direction with the updates and the progression of like the nerfs and buffs and additions to what they're doing, I see a clear direction that I like, I'm fine with playing a game that sucks. Because I know in time it will be good. Yeah, and I'm with you on that too. I am a variety streamer and I do jump on new products when I believe in them. I don't jump on everything that comes out when it comes out to just jump on the bandwagon, because the way I look at it is there's a million other content creators doing that, and I'm lost in the ocean of content creators at that point. Now, if I stick to something that everybody just jumped off of and I come to it after, I'm behind, yes, but there's less people streaming it. I'm in a smaller pond of streamers covering the same content, and I have people that come in and teach me things and help me catch me up to speed, and then I'm teaching the newer people, the new generation that are looking into the game. I'm trying to find someone that can help them, and that's where I find my niche, where I come into the games after everybody and then play it. The thing is since Quinfall has actually been out for a while, this is actually the full 1.0 release date, but it has been out for a very long time. Like, this is back in July of 2025. That's the thing. I've never heard of it. I didn't know anything about it until I randomly saw the 1.0 release pop up on my community thing, or on my store page. It's been out for over a year. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a lot of people jumping to the game per se. There's a lot more because it finally went 1.0 and people are trying it, but it's starting to gain traction and the player base is consistently increasing. Like extensively increasing. Every single day, more and more and more people are coming to this game. So I feel like in the next 6 months, this game could have a huge player population. So yeah, the first post was from July 4th of 2024. So 2 years. Closed beta launch, right? First closed beta. The second closed beta open registration. Trying to see when they added like early access. The beta keys, closed betas, baits and starts, second closed beta logins. So I'd say it's probably been in early access for roughly a year. If I had to guess. Just based off of like the timing here, January. Yeah, enters early access. It's literally been in early access for a year. So I feel like it's not as much of a hype of, hey, let's go try this brand new release game as it is. It just switched to 1.0 rather than non. It's like the difference between 7 Days to Die being in early access for so long and when it went 1.0, it didn't get a surge of new players or streamers or content creators because it's been out for so long. Like, people had already lost their interest, right? This is going to be my next game. 100% my next game. It looks good. It has free action combat like New World, but it is jankier. FYI, like I said, it needs time to cook. Everything I say is with a grain of salt because the quality of life and the jankiness and the unpolishedness is there. But it has a metric fuck ton of like stuff to offer. There is no direct trading either. Almost everything is done through the auction house, so there is still going to be RMTing, but I feel like since you can't directly trade, it has to be done through the auction house, so there will be kind of proof that people are RMTing and people could easily get banned for it. But if we look at the Steam charts for this game, right, you can clearly see like it's got 3,500 people right now, peaking at 5K. But it's like this can't be taken seriously because it's been a full release for the last week, and it's still going up. Right, this is what it was averaging in early access, because no one even knew anything about it. Very few people knew about it, but now that it's full release and streamers are starting to jump on it, I think the traction of it is starting to increase, and I think this game will blow up, but then it'll like quickly die down to a niche population, just like every other MMO. Like if you look at Steam charts for Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, ESO, Albion Online, you know, all those games that are current staples for MMOs, they all kind of average the same thing. Like let's take a look. FF14 Steam charts, right? Let's just look at this. Average players 20,000, right? We look at Guild Wars 2. I hate that I can't like search the way I want. Average 30 days, 5K. Right? Albion. I don't know if I spelled that right. Albion Online, average 8K. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I mean. It's like, these are the staple games right now. And they're not averaging anything crazy. And here's the kicker, Six. This is the key selling point of this game. It's $10. That is the key selling point for me. How cheap it is. Yeah, I'm getting off right now. The other thing, for $10 for everything it has to offer, even being lacking of content, lack of polish, and lack of quality of lives, it has nowhere to go but up. And with there's being so many professions to participate in, so much open world exploration and grinding and just, you know, having fun, just exploring the game and experiencing the game itself, doing the dungeons, gearing your character up, leveling up all of your weapons and abilities and stuff like that, taming different pets. You know, between all of that, you're gonna get thousands of hours of content out of this game. As long as you can get past this like clunky and unrefinedness, as long as you can look past that, you could have a blast with this game. But anyway, let's raid out. Let's call it a night, guys. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I want to go watch some TV. Sorry, I'm getting off a bit earlier than I wanted to. Also, Six, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. We will be back on tonight. We'll be on more New World. As long as I'm not feeling ucky, I'll get on and I'll stream. We do have a Discord. Let me you said Vaders, right? Alright. So we'll stream we'll raid over to Vaders. He's playing Eidolon right now. We're gonna give him a little look-see. But we do have a Discord. If you ever want to join the Discord, if you ever have any gaming questions, if you ever need any help, you want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free. And if you want to check out the VODs, I'd appreciate that as well. Go over to the VODs channel, go give a clicky if you want to rewatch a stream, catch up on a stream, rewatch something you might have missed, or you enjoyed watching, or take some clips. That's the best place to do it. If you ever want to hit me up off stream, it's Vetters. Yeah, I found him. Yeah. If you ever want to like catch me off stream, best place to do it is Discord. Just at me anytime. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. We'll be on tonight. We're gonna go right over to him. Just so you know, try and share the wealth, not wealth, but like, you know, positivity and stuff. All right, so let's put that in here. All right, but I appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully you guys stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys later. See you. Bye. Thank you. You too, Six. Thank you.